symposium is aimed at building the capacity of ministries, departments, agencies of government, the military and paramilitary organizations, particularly those in Benue State. We also are looking at the private sector in our country, and this is unique. The project has been building capacity, procurement management, been building capacity in economic standards, and we'll be building capacity in social standards. The SPACE project, which is the Sustainable Procurement, Environmental, and Social Standards Enhancement Project, is a project of the federal government of Nigeria with support from the World Bank. In 2019, the country felt that there was a need for us to strengthen the capacity of procurement practices in Nigeria, strengthen the capacity of environmental management in Nigeria, and do so also for social standards. And the federal government sought the support of the World Bank for this project to be implemented in the country. It is implemented by a federal university in each of the 6 geopolitical regions of our country. And for the North Central Nigeria, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, now Joseph Sarwuan Tarka University, won the bid to implement this project since 2019. And we've been on the project 6 years running. We've trained across the North Central region of Nigeria, each of the North Central states, and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. We've taken these schemes, short courses that will offer 5-day short courses. We also have advanced certificate courses, which spans for 3 weeks, made up of intensive class delivery, class interactions, 2 weeks, and then 1 week of industry visits, presentations, and provision tests. And I'm happy to inform that just on Friday last week, we trained 315 graduates. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's rise as we welcome the Vice Chancellor and the State Herald. Please welcome the Vice Chancellor of our university, Professor, Engineer Professor Isaac Nathaniel Etozo, and his entourage. Sir, you're welcome. Media, please let's get ready for the anthem. Once the Vice Chancellor takes his seat, but we have the national anthem. Once again, I'd like to welcome the Vice Chancellor, our guest speakers, leadership of the center. Thank you very much and welcome. So like I was saying, the advanced certificate course, we trained 315 practitioners drawn from MDAs of government, the military, paramilitary organizations. We did the same in Plateau State. 210 participants successfully completed the training on Friday last week in Plateau State, and they're all joining us virtually. Once again, we'd like to welcome our Vice Chancellor and the guest speakers. Thank you. Can we please have the national anthem? As I request for us all to stand. Thank you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
University anthem. Thank you very much, and please be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the Ipess Symposium organized in Institute of Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards, Joseph Sarwuan Tarka University, Makurdi. This event is organized to strengthen procurement practice, environmental practice, and social standards practice in ministries, departments, agencies of government, the military, paramilitary organizations, the private sector, and indeed the entire workforce in Nigeria and beyond. It's a privilege to have the Vice Chancellor of our university and the guest speakers all seated ready for this event. Thank you very much, and permit me to provide this recognition. The Vice Chancellor of our university, Joseph Sarwuan Tarka University, Makurdi, formerly known as Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Engineer Professor Isaac Nathaniel Itodo, the guest speakers, the center leader and director of our institute, Professor Lamin Angela Namonu, members of the Central Management Committee, members of the Central Planning Committee of this event, our distinguished invited guests, participants at this symposium, involving those who are just graduating from our advanced certificate course, which ended on Friday last week. Other participants, particularly our online audience, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to our symposium and permit me to take the following recognitions. Like I said earlier, we have this event led by our Vice Chancellor, and that demonstrates the commitment that he has to the development of capacity in the Nigerian workforce. Join me to welcome the Vice Chancellor of the University, Engineer Professor Isaac Nathaniel Itodo. Sir, you're welcome. Next to him is one of the guest speakers that we have. He will be properly introduced when he steps forward to present the lead paper. But permit me now to introduce Engineer Dr. Emeka Eze, OFR, former DG, Bureau of Public Procurement, Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. Beside him is an astute administrator from Nasarawa State. She is the head of service, Nasarawa State, and has been a partner in building capacity of Nasarawa State workforce since we got to the part to Nasarawa State. She's been very close and she has made time to be part of this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Barrister Abigail via HOS Nasarawa State. You're welcome. We also have the person that will be taking the lead paper, number 2. He is a World Bank consultant, a social risk management expert, now working with the World Bank, and he is taking the second lead paper. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome Oluwatoshi P. Oso to this event. You're welcome, sir. Right beside him is the third lead paper. He is the center leader and director, Spese University of Benin. And you can see the collaboration that we have been enjoying working together. He's sitting right beside our center leader. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Professor Sylvester Osuji, who is taking the lead paper 3. Thank you, sir, all the way from Benin. Thank you. Permit me to welcome your convener, the Center Leader and Director, Institute of Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards, Joseph Sarwuan, Tarka University. She is Professor Aminu Angela Namonu. A woman, her name is synonymous with excellence. Thank you very much, ma'am, for powering this event. Welcome. We also have distinguished invited guests in our midst. Vice Chancellor Sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to welcome the representative of the controller of corrections, the controller of correctional service, Benue State Command, Mrs. Ekbendu, who is busy. The controller is being represented by the assistant controller of corrections. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you. We also have Colonel S.S. Ibrahim. Colonel S.S. Ibrahim is representing the Commandant, Nigerian Army School of Military Engineering. Sir, you're welcome. We also have Lieutenant Colonel H.B. Yusuf, the Registrar, Nigerian Army College of Environmental Science and Technology, NASEST Makurdi. Sir, you're welcome. We have CRC Chief Group Commander EU Eden, representing Sector Commander Federal Road Safety Corps here in Benue State. And you're welcome. Sir, you're welcome. We also have CIS AA Wanago Esquire, Controller of Immigration Service, Benue State Command. Sir, you're welcome. We also have Mrs. Kadel Ibido, and she is the special advisor to the governor of Benue State on humanitarian and disaster management. And you're welcome. Thank you very much. As our guests continue to arrive, we will take note of them and welcome them appropriately. Permit me to also specially welcome our graduates, the graduates of our special course which will be delivering to North Central States and the FCT. The graduates of the Advanced Certificate course, which ended on Friday, 20th February, just last Friday. We have their plaques. Can you stand for recognition? Congratulations. They had to pass tests, they had to do a lot to be able to come to this stage. Congratulations. 315 from Benue State, and then we have 210 from Plateau State, connecting with us. Congratulations, and please take your seats. We'd like to also recognize all other persons who have registered for this symposium. It's an international symposium. We have registrations within Nigeria and beyond, and we believe they're all connected and following. We want to welcome you. Thank you very much. Permit me to get to the brief statements that we have as we commence this program. The first is a welcome speech from our center leader and director, Professor Labi Angela Namono. I told you earlier that our name is synonymous with excellence. A first-class graduate of chemistry. At her master's degree, she still made her 5 points. At her PhD, she still made her 5 points. So all her school career, she has never known to be. Welcome to Distinguished Center Leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this man, the anchor that you just listened to, is our monitoring and evaluation officer, Professor Sarwuan and Shoki. Please put your hands together. The Vice Chancellor, our very special guest of honor, our distinguished, highly exalted guest speaker, other wonderful guest speakers from space and the world, esteemed colleagues, development partners here present, great students, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound gratitude and great excitement that I welcome you all to this latest symposium on the sustainable procurement, environmental, and social standards enhancement project, hosted by the Institute of Procurement, Environmental, and Social Standards, Ipess, domiciled at Joseph Sarwuan Tarka University, Makurdi. Today marks a significant milestone, not only for our university, but for many states, for Nigeria, for Africa, and indeed for the advancement of responsible procurement practice across the world. Remember, SPECI is a pilot project. It's only in Nigeria that SPECI is happening. When it succeeds here, it's going to other parts of the world. So you are really lucky to be part of something that is brand new in the world. This symposium is responsible procurement in action, pathways to environmental stewardship and social equity, is both timely and urgent. This is an emergency situation. Procurement is no longer viewed as a transactional function. It is increasingly recognized as a strategic lever for sustainable development, capable of driving environmental protection, promoting social inclusion, strengthening governance, and delivering value for life. In Nigeria, public procurement accounts for a substantial proportion of national expenditure. When aligned with environmental and social standards, it becomes a powerful instrument for achieving climate resilience, protecting communities, promoting gender equity, I didn't say equality, supporting local enterprise, and safeguarding future generations. This basic project, supported by the World Bank, was established precisely to strengthen institutional capacity in sustainable procurement, environmental safeguards, and social risk management. At Ipess, our mandate is clear: to produce highly skilled professionals, advance policy relevant research, support government and private sector institutions in implementing global best practices adapted to our local realities. This ladies symposium is going to be an annual thing, by the way. This is therefore not just an academic gathering. No, it's a platform for dialogue between policymakers, between regulators, between academics, practitioners, and development partners. It is an opportunity to move from principles to practice, from compliance to impact. Our guests, we are deeply honored by the presence of our special guest of honor, head of civil service of Nasarawa State, whose leadership exemplifies institutional reform and public sector transformation. This woman, she's a moving train. In fact, next week, she has gathered, this week, she has gathered all civil servants in her state to come and let environmental sustainability and, proper and organic use. That's the person of Mr. Abigail Wai. We are equally privileged to hold centrally now, University of Benin Space Center. This man, engineer Professor Sylvester, we don't joke with his ideas, we don't joke with his views, and have led Benin to come here to embrace this education. We are grateful. The World Bank, Mr. Sarwuan show, World Bank people, they choose where they go to, but he chose to come here. Please give me the wonderful. Yes. And of course, 45 how honored we are to have our key resource person. He is the current chairman of FCT Civil Service Commission at Japan. Can I tell you something? Let me take just 30 seconds of your time to tell you who the person of engineer Dr. Emeka is not telling you in 2 hours. But let me just say something. The evolution of modern procurement practices in Nigeria has been significantly influenced by comprehensive assessment and reforms aimed at transparency, efficiency, and accountability in public sector procurement. A pivotal moment in this evolution was in 2000, the year 2000 Country Procurement Assessment Report, the CPAR, conducted by World Bank, this same wonderful World Bank, which provided an in-depth review of Nigeria's public procurement systems and offers strategic recommendations for reforms. The diagnosis were made. Responding to that report, the Nigerian government initiated several key reforms. In 2001, the Budget Monitoring and Price Intelligence Unit, commonly known as the Due Process Office, was established. This unit was tasked with ensuring that public funds were expended in a transparent and efficient manner, adhering to established procurement standards. The BMPIU played a crucial role in instituting a culture of accountability and due diligence in the public procurement arena. Building upon that foundation, the Public Procurement Act was enacted in 2007. Not for the procurement graduates, what I'm saying is at your fingertips, isn't it? But I'm saying it so that the rest of us will know that here, this is a great stone for you. So, one of the significant outcomes of that procurement act was the establishment of the Bureau of Public Procurement, BPP, which replaced BMPIU. Nigeria, the whole of Nigeria was searched through. The only person that was fit, the first Director General of BPP, the only person that was fit to do that was engineer Dr. Emeka. This man is a living legend. His middle name is transparency and due process. It's a mark of honor to his heart. The closest to his heart, don't tell his wife and say so. The closest to his heart is procurement. And procurement that is eligibly done. This is the person that we have. Our VC has advised us to bring to come and talk to us. Put your hands together for engineer doctor. The Director General of the Public Procurement, you will hear him. Just fasten your seatbelts. I'm wrapping up. It's a welcome address I'm supposed to give, and I'm giving. I want us to think boldly. Stewardship in an era of uncertainty. Social safeguards protect the most vulnerable in our development projects. Our universities like our own same stages of capacity building and policy innovation. Let this symposium ignite partnerships. We have the armed gentlemen here. They say there's no lady in the armed forces. We have the armed gentlemen here. We have policy regulators. We have, policy makers and implementers. So let this symposium ignite, let it inspire reform. Let it strengthen our collective resolve to institutionalize sustainable procurement practice in Benue State. Usually in an organization, the people doing procurement are not the ones who are to have the veto. The procurement people say, let's do this. Then the back and top we say, for where, who do you think you are? Mr. Stuff. So the rulers, the people at the top, the leaders in Nigeria and beyond here, on behalf of the SPECI project, and on behalf of the Institute of Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards, Makurdi. This is the first institute, the only institute of its kind in the whole of Nigeria. When I say that, they say it's not only Nigeria, in the whole of West Africa. The Institute of Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards. So on behalf of Ipess, I warmly welcome you and wish us all a productive, impactful, and forward-looking symposium. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Another round of applause to our AC leader. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Vice Chancellor, sir, please permit me to take these recognitions as we prepare to get to the next item on our agenda. If you have the program, the agenda is on the last page of the booklet, page 15. We have in our midst the representative of the Commandant, State Commandant, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Benue State Command, GCC Ozioko Pascal. Sir, you're welcome. We have the Deputy Director of the Institute of Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards, also with us, Dr. C.O. Eche. And you're welcome, sir, you're welcome. Let me also recognize the DG Benue State Public Procurement Commission, or his representative, if he's here with us. The DG Bureau of Special Projects and Infrastructure in Benue State, or his representative. Commander 401 Special Forces Brigade, Nigerian Army, Makurdi, or his representative. The Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Water Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Benue State, or his representative. The Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Works and Housing, Benue State, or his representative. The Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, or his representative. Please, if you are here, kindly indicate so we can recognize you. Thank you very much. The next brief statement will be coming from our dear Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor of our university, who has pioneered and supported infrastructural development, capacity development, who is also a strong adherent of excellence. Recently, about 100 first graduate candidates of our university over the past years were employed in the university. In December, that happened. They didn't need to know anybody. By being a first-class student, they were called upon to be part of the workforce of the university. And I think that's a very strong way to promote excellence. Those who have heard, those who are studying with us now will know that if I excel, there is a job for me, even though there seem to be no jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome the Vice Chancellor of our university, Engineer Professor Isaac Nathaniel Togo, to deliver his brief statements. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor has instructed that we do some housekeeping before he will speak. In this hall, we have conveniences at the entrance and behind. Behind me, the male toilet, female toilet is this way, and the male toilet is on this wing. You can't miss it once you find this door. Right in front and at the entrance, we have it in reverse order. So we have the male toilet this way and the female toilet on my right. And you can't miss it. This building has 4 exits. I mean 6 exits, 4 are in between the building, 2 on my right, 2 on my right and then 2 on my left. At the entrance, we have an entrance. Then behind me, there is also an entrance. In case there is an emergency, please be guided. Thank you, and Vice Chancellor, you may now speak. Thank you.
The Chairman of the FCT Civil Service Commission, our own very dear Engineer, Dr. Emeka, a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineers, Head of Service, Nasarawa State, the bright and beautiful Barrister Abigail Wire, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Water Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Benue State, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Women Affairs, Social Welfare, Benue State, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Works and Housing, also Benue State, the Commander 401 Special Force Brigade, Nigerian Army, Makurdi, the Commandant, Nigerian School of Military Engineering, the Commandant, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, the Controller, Nigeria Correctional Services, Benue State Command, the Controller, Nigerian Immigration Services, Benue State Command, the Sector Commander, Federal Road Safety Corps, Benue State, the Director, Department of State Security Services, Director, Nigerian Army College of Environmental Sciences and Technology, NASPE, Makurdi, Director General, Benue State Public Procurement Commission, Director General for Special Projects and Infrastructure, Benue State, Principal Officers of this university, the Central Leader and Director of Cyprus, our dear Alani Namonu, distinguished members of the Center Management Committee of Ipess, the Dean of Colleges and Heads of Departments, distinguished resource persons that will be speaking to us today, members of the Central Planning Committee. I'm also quick to recognizing the commander of the Naval Command in Benue, staff and students, ladies and gentlemen, great Makurdians. It is with great pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility that I welcome you all to this important one-day symposium titled Responsible Procurement in Action, Pathways to Environmental Stewardship and Social Equity. On behalf of the management and entire academic community of the Sarwuan Tarka University Makurdi, I warmly welcome you, our distinguished guests, scholars, professionals, and participants who have gathered here today to deliberate on a subject that is both timely and transformative. Universities are not only centers of learning and research, they are also institutions of leadership and example. The choices we make in procurement, resource allocation, and institutional governance reflect our values and shape our societal impact. Responsible procurement is no longer optional. It is imperative. It represents a deliberate commitment to environmental stewardship, ethical sourcing, transparency, and social equity. As institutions entrusted with public resources, we must ensure that our procurement systems go beyond compliance. They must promote sustainability, encourage innovation, support inclusive economic participation, and safeguard future generations. Procurement decisions influence supply chains, environmental outcomes, community livelihoods, and economic development. Therefore, today's conversation is not merely administrative, it is strategic. I commend the organizers, particularly the Institute of Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards, Ipess, led by Professor Lami Amonu, and the Central Planning Committee for conceiving this symposium. Their initiative demonstrates foresight and alignment with global best practices in governance and sustainability. I must state here again, just as I have always done in various fora, and without any unequivocality, that Ipess remains the flagship program of Just Two. Today's ceremony is another justification of my long-standing postulation on how Ipess continues to implement the World Bank-supported SPECI project since 2019. This symposium also underscores our university's commitment to interdisciplinary engagement. The theme resonates strongly with our mandate as an institution that is rooted in agriculture, technologies, and innovation. Environmental stewardship and social equity are pillars upon which sustainable development rests. Through research, policy dialogue, and institutional reforms, universities must be active contributors to shaping responsible systems. Distinguished participants, I encourage you to use this platform to exchange ideas frankly, challenge assumptions constructively, and propose actionable solutions. Let this gathering produce outcomes that will not remain confined to the hall, but will influence policy, strengthen institutions, and inspire ethical leadership. Please permit me to use this opportunity to warmly congratulate participants of the Advanced Certificate course who will be awarded certificate of completion today. This event is intended to launch you into another phase of your practice. The future of sustainable governance and responsible procurement will rest squarely in your hands. Learn all you can from today's event, engage and aspire to lead with integrity. Before I conclude, let me reiterate that this university remains committed to supporting initiatives that promote accountability, sustainability, and inclusive growth. Together, we can build systems that not only deliver value for money, but also deliver value for humanity. It is now my singular honor and privilege to formally declare this one-day symposium on responsible procurement in action, pathways to environmental stewardship and social equity officially open. Thank you, and I wish you celebrations. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I know you can do more. Thank you very much, my dear Vice Chancellor. Thank you for those very touching and impactful statements that you made regarding this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to, with all pleasure, inform that our online participation to this event has exceeded 1,000 guests online. And these are people, practitioners drawn from different workplaces within and outside Nigeria who are following this event keenly. We want to especially welcome you and encourage you to stay connected. It has just begun. The best is yet to come. Stay connected, get your notes ready, and then you will learn much today. Thank you. Permit me to welcome the chaplain representing International Chaplain General, Chaplain Brigadier General Otinya Raphael Ogeni. Is representing the ICGC, Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. We also have with us the Director of Academic Planning of our university, Professor Simon Itonde. Sir, you're welcome. Right beside him is the Dean of Student Affairs of our university, Professor Simon Ejemi. Sir, you're welcome. And then as we go to the states around North Central and the FCT, we have formal structures that enable our training. In every state, we have a state training coordinator. And our neighbors here in Nasarawa State are with us. The state training coordinator, Nasarawa State is with us. Here represented by the Deputy State Training Coordinator, Professor Emmanuel Salam. Sir, you're welcome. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will please proceed to the next brief statement that we'll be having at this event. And it's coming from a very genuine partner. as we move around the states. The head of service of Nasarawa State is here with us, and she's going to be making her remarks regarding our training and what we've done in Nasarawa State. Please join me as I welcome the head of service in Nasarawa State, Barrister Mrs. Abigail N. Waya. Welcome.
Vice Chancellor of this university, and principal officers, Director and leadership of Ipess, esteemed scholars and researchers, development partners here present, industry stakeholders, students, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everybody. It is indeed a great pleasure and privilege to be here today at the Ipess Symposium of Ipess as the special guest of honor. Let me start by commending the university for convening this timely dialogue on the theme, Responsible Procurement in Action, Pathways to Environmental Stewardship and Social Equity. This theme speaks directly to the realities of governance and development and sustainability in our country today. Procurement is no longer a routine administrative function. It is a strategic instrument for development, a pathway. Government procure goods, works, and services, directly impacts service delivery, infrastructural development, and public confidence in institutions. How we spend public resources determines the quality of governance and the future of our society. At this point, kindly permit me to recognize the visionary leadership of the governor of Nasarawa State, Engineer Abdullahi Esri. Maybe there's something about engineers.
I don't know.
Whose commitment to due process has become a defining pillar of governance in Nasarawa State. Engineer Sule firmly believes that sustainable development cannot exist without accountability, and accountability cannot exist without due process. This conviction led to the establishment of the Bureau for Public Procurement in Nasarawa State in 2019. Even though the law had been passed more than 10 years before he became governor, but the Bureau was established only after he became governor. And that institutionalized strict adherence to procurement procedures. Under his leadership, no project, no purchase was passed through without the discipline of due process. This approach is not only administrative prudence, but a deliberate strategy to build a transparent and future-ready state. That approach also informed the partnership between Nasarawa State and Ipess, grounded in the understanding that strong institutions are built by knowledgeable people. I'm pleased to note that this collaboration has yielded measurable results across the public service of Nasarawa State. Through the procurement short courses organized by Ipess, many officers have enhanced their professional competence, resulting in MDAs that are more structured, transparent, and compliant with due process requirements. Encouragingly, these programs have also fostered a culture of continuous learning with many civil servants advancing to postgraduate studies in procurement and related disciplines, thereby strengthening the capacity of our public service. Distinguished participants, the environmental and social standards courses have also made significant impact in the Sarwuan state. Officers are now conscious of sustainability and environmental responsibility, while also embracing greater awareness of inclusion, fairness, and the broader social impact of government policies and projects. This transformation extends beyond the workplace to families, to communities, and to Nigeria at large. Ultimately, the real beneficiaries of these improvements are the citizens of Nigeria. When procurement is transparent, projects are completed. I'm sure a lot of you who pass through the Sarwuan state see that a lot of projects are completed. That's because the due process is always being followed. Responsible procurement is not simply about obtaining the lowest price. It's about creating value for society, protecting the environment, promoting inclusion, supporting local enterprise, and safeguarding the interests of future generations. This is why institutions such as Ipess play a critical role in national development. Training, research, and professional development are essential to building systems that are efficient, transparent, and sustainable. Policies alone are not enough. It is the people who implement them that make the difference. I therefore encourage government agencies, private organizations, and development partners to continue to key into the programs and initiatives of Ipess. Investment in human capital remains one of the most effective ways to strengthen institutions and improve governance outcomes. As we deliberate today, I urge us to move beyond discussion to sustained action, to institutionalize transparency in procurement processes, embrace innovation and digital tools, strengthen monitoring and evaluation, and integrate environmental and social safeguards in all projects. Importantly, procurement may not always attract public attention, but it is far-reaching. When procurement is done right, projects succeed, resources are used judiciously, and public confidence in government is strengthened. The strength of any government lies not only in the projects it initiates, but in the integrity of the processes through which these projects are delivered. Where integrity guides process, progress becomes sustainable. Let me once again congratulate the Vice Chancellor and the leadership of Ipess and all partners who have made this symposium possible. I'm confident that the deliberations will yield practical outcomes that will further strengthen governance and public service in Nigeria. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know we can do more for the head of service in Sarwuan State. Thank you very much for the very fruitful partnership that we have enjoyed over the years, and we hope to do more in the future. Thank you. Vice Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to take a few recognitions as we prepare to take the lead paper for today. The first is the Dean of Management Sciences in this university is right here with us, Professor Patrick Zayo. Sir, you're welcome. We also have the Deputy Center Leader, Procurement Standards, Institute of Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards here with us, Professor Simon Olai. Sir, you're welcome. Thank you very much. We will be getting into the lead paper, and I want to invite the moderator for this session, Dr. O.A. Olotu, to please come forward, and the administrative team leader, the deputy center leader, procurement, will get ready for the decoration. Thank you. Please let's put our hands together for our able moderator for this session. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Starting on the existing protocol, I would like to go straight to one of the main reasons why we are here today. Ladies and gentlemen, the guest speaker for today is going to take the lead paper, reimagining procurement governance, transparency, and accountability for responsible public procurement. There's no other person that is better to take this than the Mr. Due Process himself, the man who has served in this capacity as the DG of the Bureau of Public Enterprise for some years now. So it's only coming to come back to tell us that what the standard is set some years ago, that saved Nigeria 16 billion for 2012 for some time, is coming back to reimagine what we have done in the past, how we have maintained it, and where we are today. But this big masquerade needs to be well dressed, because the only way you can actually identify a king is by royal apparel, and the way you can identify a military man is by military uniform. Ladies and gentlemen, to address this man today, to dress him up, so that we know that he's an erudite scholar, a professor of statute. Please put your hands together as I welcome one of our Professor S.C. Pilai, Deputy Center Leader of Ipess Makurdi Center, as well as Dr. Mrs. Ayana, the AT Leader of Ipess, to come forward and address this, our erudite scholar. At the same time, I'm going to put on standby Dr. C.M. Ofuebu, who is going to read the citation, because I am not qualified to read the citations of this big elephant. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I bring to the podium our lead presenter for today, Engineer Dr. Emeka Eze. Thank you very much, sir. Please come step forward. Thank you very much. You can see he's working, he's even working like a due process man, a man of transparency and accountability. Please keep on clapping. All right, thank you very much. So, it's going to be addressed by our professor, the deputy center leader, and the leader. I see they are following due process. All right, put your hands together for this due process. So at this point, I'd like to invite Dr. Ofuebu to read the citation of the speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby present the brief citation of our distinguished speaker, Engineer Dr. Emeka Eze, However, is a distinguished engineer, public sector reform expert, and former Director General of the Bureau of Public Procurement, BPP. Permit me at this juncture to clearly state that he is the premier Director General of this establishment. While there, he played pivotal role in strengthening transparency, accountability, and efficiency in Nigeria's public procurement system. With a solid background in engineering, policy implementation, and institutional leadership, he is widely respected for his contributions to governance and national development. Engineer Emeka holds a doctoral degree in engineering and is a registered professional engineer, combining deep technical competence with strategic administrative expertise. During his tenure as Director General of BPP, Engineer Dr. Eze provided leadership in the enforcement of the Public Procurement Act, guided procurement reforms across ministries, departments, and agencies, that is MDAs, and he championed due process as a tool for cost efficiency and anti-corruption. Under his leadership, the Bureau advanced procurement best practices, capacity building, compliance monitoring, and stakeholder engagement, ensuring value for money in public spending and reinforcing public confidence in government procurement process. You work closely with government institutions, development partners, and the private sector to align Nigeria's procurement framework with international standards. Beyond this role, Engineer Eze has contributed to engineering practice, policy advisory, and professional development through research, mentorship, and participation in national and international forums. He is recognized for his integrity, ethical leadership style, and unwavering commitment to public service excellence. Some of his areas of expertise include public procurement reform and policy implementation, engineering systems and project oversight, public sector governance and institutional strengthening, strategic leadership and regulatory compliance, capacity building and stakeholder coordination. Engineer Dr. Emeka Eze's career reflects a strong dedication to ethical leadership, sustainable development, and the use of professional expertise to advance effective governance and national progress. He is currently the chairman, FCT Civil Service Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether you understood the last sentence. He is as powerful as the FCT. Because the FCT runs on civil service. That's the man standing before you. With humiliation, with humility, to advance integrity, honor, commitment to service, I warmly and honorably present us Engineer Dr. Emeka Eze.
Mr. Max Chancellor, my most distinguished fellow of Academy of Engineering, the head of service of Asaba State, all the distinguished invited guests, Master community, in no particular order, let me adopt this protocol that is published in MC. I feel highly honored to be invited by Ipess and the university, the extension, to speak to you today on a subject matter that's very dear to my heart, which I have so far also celebrated. As I wear this gown, it reminds me of when I went to deliver a professional lecture at the University of Nigeria and saw the future Nigerians as graduates and graduates with a lot of hope. Imagine that tomorrow will be better. And today again, I see the same vision in the faces of the graduates today, in an area that is emerging, for which we are very proud to be part of. It may interest you to know that I'm privileged to have served 4 presidents of this country at the highest level of government, and that this dream started when we had a legal framework for institutional procurement in Nigeria. And we began to say, hey, there are no procurement officers, what do we do? I started by doing short-term courses, conversion, and thereafter, of course, the system didn't want us anyway, because we were saying no to what they were used to. And we didn't have people. I made a presentation to the National Universities Commission for us to have institutions train procurement officers. No university agreed, except for the University of Technology that started and agreed, and the Senate of the University of Federal University agreed, and the BPP under my leadership, without any funding, through the donations, built the first ever procurement research center at Federal University of Technology. The next dream was that by then the ERGB program, World Bank supported program. Yes, it's World Bank, but it's our money. It is important for us to understand this, that this World Bank is not a grant tool. It is money our children will pay. So when we are spending it, we should not think we are getting free money. It is not free money, it's our money that our children are going to pay for. And so when that first tranche ended, the second tranche, there was a plan to establish a training center 1 page of Otkuzo. And that's what gave birth to space under the ERGP2. And so I'm so happy that I am part of it. I'm alive to see it. And there's no greater joy that you can have by taking a shade of the tree that you planted. I'm happy to be alive to see the tree you planted grow into an oak. And so I have identified with all the special programs, including the one at the University of Lagos, where I teach a master's degree on supply chain management as well. And I want to publicly acknowledge the energy of the center leader, Professor Lambi Namonu, who speaks multiple languages. When I listen to her, I don't know whether she's Doma or Igbo or Hausa or she speaks all the languages. So I want to acknowledge you them. And so today, my brother, professional colleague, as I was driving into the university yesterday, I noticed that some of the social issues, mitigation measures that normally are associated with projects, some of them are yet to be addressed. I hinted you yesterday when we were trying to install the solar system, we cut down the trees. Which shouldn't be. What is when I want to install solar on the street? What happens to the trees? As we were driving through the diversion into the university, I saw a construction site, a construction going on. And I told them that this construction site is obvious that the procurement process was faulty. And they asked me, how do I know? I said, part of the key requirements of a procurement is, first of all, the person must be technically competent, he must have the personnel, he must have equipment. Not so, as procurement officers. But if you go there, there's no equipment. The man is using a shovel to excavate a drainage. As I was passing through this place again, I saw them with hand mixed concrete, mixing concrete with hand. In a cover that will carry tons and tons of load. Obviously, that procurement was not properly done. I don't know who awarded the contract or who's implemented it, with all due apologies. And I told him that the World Bank is here. And as I drive into the university, I saw a barren of empty land both sides. And I had expected them to fund the planting of trees so that as you're driving into the University of Agriculture, you think you're going to heaven. Because heaven is associated with serenity, and trees will give you serenity as you drive into the university, rather than the barren, harsh land you see as you drive into the university. I've already told the center leader that I will say it today so that the World Bank will consider funding that, so that when they make a request, they will fund it. As part of the environmental sustainability. So having said this, today I'll be talking about reimaging procurement, governance, transparency, and accountability for responsible public procurement. I'll be sharing some slides. After the introduction, I will share experience of what exists, what is happening now. Within what exists, I will tell you what are the legal frameworks, and then what is about responsible procurement, and then make suggestions as to what could be done differently, and then the outcome of reimaging procurement, and then I will conclude. Of course, as you've been told by Professor Olade Namono, public procurement is one of the most powerful governance tools available to any Nigerian state. Now, through procurement, government directs vast resources to infrastructure, goods, roads, and all that. Because it is through procurement that government expends money and delivers dividend of democracy. But then, what has procurement done in Nigeria? It's been associated with waste, inefficiency, and corruption. Unfortunately, I had the bitter experience of standing in court against former ministers on abuse of public procurement. Because each time I talk to public officers, especially politically exposed people, I tell them it is good to get in there. It is more important to find out how you get out without being embarrassed. And public procurement protects public officers from embarrassment when they leave office. Of course, these perceptions weaken and undermine development outcomes and erode citizens' confidence in governance. When public funds are inappropriately spent, you undermine the confidence of the people in governance. Therefore, there is need to reimagine procurement as a system grounded in robust governance, transparency, and accountability, anchored on the Public Procurement Act 2007 as amended by Finance Act 2020 and 2020. These are wrong perceptions about public procurement. Each time, under led President Yar'Adua, in one of our budget presentations, after Mr. President of blessed memory led the budget to the National Assembly, and one member was asked to pray. His prayer was that God will allow engineers to allow budget to be implemented. Because I will insist on following the rules. And luckily, I had fantastic presidents. No president will ever want you to do the wrong thing, including the correct one. And so, in spite of that, they still want the wrong thing to be done. And because of that, they say procurement is cumbersome. Takes too long. It delays budget implementation. These are the songs that we hear the portfolio people sing, and they're all chief executives. And at the throes of incompetent contractors. And then because it's poor project delivery. But what they will not tell you that it facilitates corruption. Right? And it protects corrupt public officers. And then that process is too complicated. I'm here in this gathering to tell you that it is not true. What is not true is that none of these things they said here is true. What is true is that procurement is a system, step-by-step system, that the system has developed that enable you to spend money in a safe, credible manner. So at the end of the day, I took money for money. Then good governance. People talk about good governance. What is good governance? It's a word that is usually used by everybody without people really understanding what are the ingredients of good governance. And what I noticed is that good governance is the transparent, accountable, and the equitable process by which public institutions manage resources and their affairs to meet society's needs, free from abuse and corruption. It ensures that legal frameworks are enforced fairly, encourages active citizen participation, and fosters consensus on the best interest of the community. And so if you take the voting roles in each of them, good governance applies to virtually everyone. If you take the university environment as a community, every of these things apply. Because the university has its own resources, for instance. It has the stakeholders it wants to engage with. It has a legal framework guiding the operations. And then, how do you manage them? And how do you now meet the university's mandates? And then when you're able to do them, you are seen to be conducting the affairs of the university as good government. And so the same definition goes across all public institutions, wherever you happen. Because every public institution has resources. It has the human beings, they have all the people who will be affected by the action they take on day-to-day basis. And what are those elements? I want to take some more time to explain them. Participation. When you are taking decision as a vice chancellor, as a DG, as a minister, as a company secretary, or wherever they go, you have people whose actions have been impacted positively or negatively by your decision. Especially among the vulnerable ones, do you take them, their opinions, into consideration while you take decision? Rule of law. That's another element of good governance. Fair legal frameworks are enforced impartially. You close your eyes to one because the person is related to you, is known to you, and when the other person comes that is not known to you, you apply the law full weight. You bring the comb to comb when somebody you don't like is affected, and then close your eyes to when somebody else that you like is affected. So, fairness, transparency. Decisions are taken and enforced in a manner that follows rules, with information freely available and directly accessible to those affected. Just like public procurement, you have the rules guiding your decision. You set the criteria up front. Everybody knows. People can even assess themselves. If you advertise for pre-qualification, for instance, you set the rules up front so that people can even assess themselves and decide whether they are qualified on themselves, so that they don't waste their time. But if you make the rules so vague that it's only known to you, you create room for discretion application. And that is unfair, that is no longer transparent. People can challenge your decision. When the rules are clear, even your decision can be challenged. And that is transparency. Responsiveness. That institutions serve all stakeholders within a reasonable time frame. You have letters or things awaiting your decision, and then they are there for all God knows. You are leaving the office and nobody does anything until you come back. Meanwhile, things are getting delayed somewhere, so you need to take that into consideration. Consensus oriented. Of course, different interests must build consensus among stakeholders. So, equity and inclusiveness. The center leader said, didn't say gender equality, he said gender equity. When people say gender exclusiveness, I said we are trying to bring down the IQ of our women. Please, our women are as competent and capable as any person. Nobody should clamor for any special consideration for them. What should be clamoring for? To give everybody equal opportunity without discrimination. I told that my daughter, and she went to junior college and had a PhD in chemical engineering. It's a girl. They didn't give her any consideration because she's a girl. Because knowledge has no gender. Capacity has no gender. Capacity is capacity. Knowledge is knowledge. So please, women, don't allow yourself to be put down as if you're a lower species. The same thing with the effectiveness and efficiency. You must take decisions and provide solutions that properly address the needs in a timely manner. That is when you talk about efficiency and effectiveness. And then accountability. People must be held accountable for their actions. These are elements of good governance. Then what exists? For those of us who are here for the first time, let me take small time to tell you about the global phenomenon where in 1966, the UN General Assembly set up what they call the OSITRA, United Nations Convention on International Trade Law, harmonize trade and commerce among member nations. Then in 1994, the UN adopted what they call OSITRA model law on public procurement across member nations. So it is not that Nigeria is doing something extraordinary. No, Nigeria is being compelled. Under Sister Ngozi, the DG of WTO, then as the Minister of Finance, under President Obasanjo, Nigeria signed in 2003, became a member of OCAC, that compelled us to have OSITRA model law on public procurement. And so when we started in 2001, BNPIU, in 2004, we took the bill to National Assembly. 2004. Same year, EFCC was also, we signed off to all reforms, EFCC, Debt Management Office, BNPIU, and all that. Eventually, on June 7th, June 4th, by then, President Obasanjo had left office. The bill was signed. 2004, 2005, 2006, almost 4 years. The idea was that they want to wait out so that once Obasanjo goes, the thing will start afresh. And so when the late president was confronted with this law that is awaiting, because the National Assembly is going to dissolve on June 6th, and there was pressure, and they called us, what do you know about this law, that it has had so much about complaints from ministers, that this law that Obasanjo created and he wants to leave, wants to sign the law to tie the incoming president, that he should not sign it. We did all what we could do under the late General Mohammed, the Chief of Staff. You know, he died last year. He was the Chief of Staff to General Obasanjo. So we convinced him. He said, okay, there are certain issues there. He said, okay. He said, is it not better to sign the law and do amendment than not to have the law at all that will require us starting afresh? On that basis, on June 4, 2007, he signed the law. And then on June 6th, the National Assembly of that time, I think the 7th or so, dissolved, and therefore gave birth to the role of public procurement. And because of that, Article 9 of UNODC Technical Guide compels each member nation to establish a procurement system. And so, you've been told again on June 4 when the thing was signed, and to regulate procurement and ensure compliance with procurement duties. And yours sincerely, while people were lobbying, I didn't know how to lobby. I didn't even know that something was going on. One day I was just invited by the president. He just looked at me, head to toe, he doesn't know me, I never knew him. He said, I have so much that you're such a difficult person. But that's why I'm giving you, because I had a difficult person. I hope you won't disappoint me. I said, so I will do my best. So that's how I became the acting DG. And I was forgotten there for almost 2 years. Until I had an encounter with a big person who wanted something, and I said no. And that person went and reported me to the president. That he came because I should not be confirmed. Since I was such a huge boy, and that I had the audacity to say no to his request. After the encounter, the president said for me, he said, I didn't know you are going to be confirmed. Then he said to SJ, I want his letter of confirmation tomorrow. And so when people are in active appointments, they become like little jelly beans who don't know the job. Just behavior, do your job the way it should be done, whether you're acting or not acting. And so I got the blessing of the then president. And that's why I was there till 2016. So I had the privilege of serving President Jonathan and President Muhammad Buhari, starting from President Obasanjo. And so what are those features? Is government activity most vulnerable to corruption? When people are pursuing appointment at offices, they are looking for how to get access to public funds. It's an interface between the public officials and the private sector. Once you get appointed, all your children, all your in-laws will come up. All your primary schoolmates will come up. All your old boys association and the organization will come up. All your wife church members will come up. All of them will say how they are related to you through your great-grandmother. And then you are under extreme pressure. What they are looking for, opportunity for you to help. And once you help them, and any problem comes up, you're your own. They will disappear. And so, it's an interface, it delivers government objectives, is key to good governance, and prevents inappropriate access to public funds. That is one thing good about public procurement. It slows you down. what you think you can go, when you are seeing it, but you can't. Because that money is not yours. That's the step you must follow to go and get it. If you jump any of those steps, you are jumping to your throne. And we have so much sensitized people now that everybody is a whistleblower. People have their phones, they can video you, they can record you, and so everybody is cautious. And then, of course, it's public procurement that government implements its activities and programs. It has multiple stakeholders. We are the stakeholders. At the federal level, we have the ministers, we have National Assembly, we have government bodies, governing councils, traditional rulers, all manners of pressure bring to bear on you as a public officer. Contractors, suppliers, they will even come and make advance payments to you. The moment you are appointed as a minister, a commissioner, or whatever, suddenly you find out that your house will be filled with hampers at every season. The moment you are no longer there, even your wife or children may not remember to give you Christmas card. Right? So that is it with what the public office holds for you. And so don't get carried away by any public office. Because the public office belongs to the public. And when they come to you, giving you all the accolades, all the focuses of yours, take it as a but don't let it enter your head. Because one day, as you step out, in one minister, sometime under that one regime, there was a change of cabinet, and there was ministers were changed, and it happened to be during Salah period. Somebody had sent a ram to a minister, and the moment he heard that minister has been changed, he sent his driver to go and bring back that ram. They asked him, he said, the ram is meant for the minister, he's no longer the minister. We'll take it to the new minister. One of them was appointed a minister, and I went to his house to congratulate him. And one of the chief executive agencies under him came with a catalogue of 5 alive. Everybody was dancing in church. Just you know what it is when you have such an appointment. So at the end, he said, listen, now that we can go and take one subject for 5 alive. We went there. We thought it was 5 alive. We went there, it was cash. 5 million naira. So, and then he said, what does this man think I am? And the money was brought by a DFA of that agency under him. He said, what does this man think? He thinks I'm cheap. He comes to come and bribe me. Glad I'm going to deal with him. Yeah. He just talked. He said, I said, me and my hand on the road. So I left. Then subsequently, everywhere I see the man, I see the DFA. Then one day, when we alone, I whispered to him, okay, good, I said, man, don't capture you. He said, don't worry, I said, you won't understand. This is not for us, this is for our boys. We use it to maintain structure. And that's the way it is. And so what is happening now? Now, despite the framework set by the Procurement Act, several changes limit the realization of good governance. 1, political interference and capture. High-level political actors influence procurement decisions by passing due process to favor preferred contractors. Those of you who are in position of authority will understand what I'm saying. And this is something that World Bank, since I started engaging with them, are very, they dodge it. Each time I tell them, they dodge it. I said, you can't be promoting public procurement without addressing the main problem. Otherwise, they're just spending our money for nothing. Right? Tender boards and procurement officers are being pressurized to alter evaluation outcomes or ignore rules. right now. Intimidation by accounting officers, by political actors. Accounting officers are being intimidated. You know, and one thing about the university is that you are free to say what you want to say. Just like in the National Assembly, you have your legislative immunity. So in the academic environment like this, you have your academic immunity. Right? So you have to say it as it is. Then, insertion of projects into MDAs, in most cases outside their mandate and their geographical locations. If you pick any of Nigeria's budgets, pick them. It's a public domain. You see an agency located in Makurdi doing project in Kenya. Or you see project agency located in Lagos doing project in Enugu. Or you see a project that is set up as a research center doing roads. On all manners of things. And the World Bank is keeping quiet. If you're not keeping quiet, you must say it loud so that people can hear. You murmur it. Next is many procurement units lack adequately trained staff, tools, and technology. And that's why we're doing this training, to educate you. But what this training will not give you is character. You may have all the knowledge, good knowledge, and yet when opportunities presented to you, you do the wrong thing. It is a choice. And so, recruiting capture, especially this is so much at state level. When there was a grant of $2 million, before I left, we were able to get 24 states of the Federation to adopt Public Procurement Act. And because there was $2 million grant, all the states quickly set up a procurement bureau and got the $2 million. After the $2 million, they went to bed. And the World Bank will understand what I'm saying. And so they were captured by the political authorities. So much so that the objectives of road procurement are not being met at the state level. Let's not pretend about it. Objectives of road procurement are not being met at state level across all the states. Then absence of mechanism to monitor the conduct of procurement officers. In some cases, procurement officers themselves are the facilitators. They are the people who tell them what to do, what not to do. In some cases, they will come in the night to insert missing documents and alarm them. Then in some cases, lack of technical capacity of procurement officers. If I am procuring pharmaceutical drugs and I don't have a background knowledge of that, chances are that I will not understand the terminology. And therefore, whatever they tell me, I will take. So it's part of it. Weak enforcement and impunity. Slow legal process. If you hire profile cases of public procurement, that lasts forever. Is an issue. Non-disclosure of cases undergoing investigation by investigating authorities. And then a perception of impunity within the system. People appear to have given up. It should be just like any other thing. And some people who are even joining procurement are not joining them because they understand the basics. They are joining them because it gives them opportunity to interact with contractors. Because if that's the main reason why the public procurement, please go look for another place to go. You must be angry with the system. You must be passionate about change. You must be consistent with being prudent in your conduct, in your life. So much so that you live what you preach. Otherwise, you are not a candidate for public procurement. Having 10,000 or 15,000 doesn't to me matter to me. What matters is the quality of the few that are available. What is responsible public procurement? What makes public procurement responsible? Of course, the following are associated with public responsible procurement. You've heard about them, mentioned them. transparency, integrity, openness, fairness, competition, and all those values. These are romantic words. But do we live them? The answer is no. If you look at the environment over a life cycle course of all the projects across Nigeria, University of Agriculture not excluded, you find out that there is absence of sustainability and life cycle. You do a project, even as I was driving from Abuja, a project that was supposed to be funded by loan is already undergoing repairs under 2 years. Something is wrong. To the trained eyes, you find that that road project is not good, not well done. But the ordinary person who sees a smooth road, he says, oh, that is fantastic. But to us as experts, it does not. I know you. Hope you're not coming to time up. Transparency. What does transparency, when you say transparency, what does it entail? It means that, among others, that the information on the public procurement process must be made available to all bidders at the same time. But is that what happens? The answer is no. In some cases, you go to agencies to collect bidding documents, the hotel is not ready. But meanwhile, some people have finished getting their own ready. Those they have programmed to get the job. Second, the information must include enough details for interested parties to easily understand and determine if they are qualified to compete. The information must be clear to enable them to take a decision. And if because there are changes, then all bidders must also be notified using the same means which were used for the initial notification. And then, of course, it must include that you adhere strictly to the evaluation criteria as advertised. And the timeline. You can't ask people that they must show evidence of similar job done 2 or 3, minimum 3. Then somebody shows evidence of 1, and then you come to rationalize it. The person can meet up the criteria. So any criteria you choose from the one to be the basis for the adjudication must be followed like the holy book. You can't change it. But that's not what happens now. Accountability. When you say accountability, it means that officers responsible for managing public funds are expected to be guided by code of conduct to ensure they do not abuse the office and are held liable for their conduct. And so what does that mean? It means that if I take a decision, I will not say that the devil is at work. When I'm found wanting, it is not the devil, it is me. But in our case, we have a way of blaming the devil. Responsible public procurement includes integrity, resisting corruption, favoritism, and rigged rigging. Rigged rigging is not only election that is rigged. The most abused and rigged process is bid. What do I mean by bid rigging? It means that you have decided who will get the job even before you start the process. So you have decided I will give the job to this person. Then every other thing we are doing is just to land at one outcome. You can ask him to go and bring three other farms. What have you done? You have wasted everybody's, misled the people, and the next time when they say, why am I wasting my money and time? The outcome is already known. Then value for money that ensure economic efficiency and the rest over the life cycle of what is procured. If a road is designed to last 15 years and it begins to fail on the 4th year, have you done proper procurement? No. The same thing, fairness and competition. As an attribute of responsible public procurement, You are providing equal opportunity to qualified leaders. There is social and environmental responsibility, considering impacts on communities, workers, and environment. From this university, when you were planning to put street lights, you did not consider the impact of cutting the trees that are there more than 20, 30 years. Because if you had Ipess involved, the center, if they were involved, I'm sure the VC of that time would not have allowed those trees to be cut for solar lights, because that's against environmental responsibility. Let me quickly address 3 pillars of responsible public procurement. I call it PPT, for ease of remembering, PPT. People, process, and technology. Who are the people? All of us. The stakeholders. Public procurement is anchored on the people. You, especially in the university, when you are graduating, you say you are found worthy in character and character first. And so no matter the kind of knowledge you have in your head, the step by step, and suddenly you go out there given the opportunity to do it, you choose to do otherwise, the process will be wrong. Of course, the process about knowledge, develop the contractor development and contractor management. So the process about knowing all the rules, the people will have to have competencies. You have job specific. There's some, you may have a general knowledge that, okay, it's for us to advertise and laugh for 4 weeks, no problem. Advertise your open this, no problem. But when you are now going to the technical area, for instance, I use medicine, for instance, drugs. As an engineer, I may not be in a competent position to procure drugs, because there are certain drugs that have to be kept in certain temperature conditions that a pharmacist or whatever in that sector is more best suited. And so you require some job specific knowledge, technical or professional, that may be required. You must evaluate the competencies of your current staff, and your staff must have the capacity to do the job. Capacity is simply the ability to do a job given to you, and it requires you to have a change in attitude, acquire skills and knowledge. Skills is different from knowledge. When people come to my training school, what I do for them, I don't even talk this big grammar. I just give them, I will go to the National Assembly budget, I bring out the budget, and ask them to develop the procurement documents for this project, from procurement plan to the end. By the time they finish, I have learned all that need to be learned. By the time I ask you that this is built, this is an auditorium you want to procure, and it's going to cost 5 billion, and I ask you to please design the procurement plan for it, develop the standard bidding document for it, design the pre-qualification document for it, design the evaluation criteria, and then send to me. By the time you finish it, you have learned all that there is to have. But strangely enough, you find a lot of people who stop. They don't even know how to use computer. If you're a procurement officer here and you don't have to use computer, you better go back. Better withdraw the return the certificates. And so, skill. And so we need to acquire skill by doing. Process. About knowing the rules, laws, regulations guiding all procurement is critical. You follow the steps. Also, contractors that you have to deal with need to also be educated and informed about what is expected of them so that they make your job easier. This interplay of relationship will help you deliver good outcome. Technology, of course, that goes without saying that everybody must do e-procurement right now with ICT to be able to drive your procurement. Technology. Most MDAs are now beginning to receive it electronically and as well. And I'm happy that BPP has issued a guideline. I think starting from March, they will no longer receive physical papers into the office. You must submit your request electronically. And that will compel every MDA to improve their system and then get to where we're heading to. What could be done differently? This is where the issue of emerging public procurement as a key for good governance comes in. One, continuous training. If you have to be a teacher, even those who are teaching, you must ever be a student. And that's what I have learned. As many courses in and out that are available to me, I attend. And there's no way you go and come back, you learn one thing or the other, something different. Two, some people have turned themselves into ancestors in agencies. And I said there must be regular movement and posting of officers. That no officer should stay in a post for more than 3 years. People must move, must rotate. Head of service, if procurement officers are under you, please, that's what we were in our budget. Nobody stays in a post for more than 3 years, you must move. Then declaration of assets by procurement officers. Recently, I went to Board of Conduct and said they should bring forms. I want all my staff to declare the assets. From day one, of course, I declared my own. I've been declaring every 4 years, so I have no problem. So now, when they brought about 100-something forms, I called them. I said, everybody, take. He said, what is it? Go and declare your assets. So I never get assets. So I said, right and say, you never get assets. In 4 years' time, we'll come back and see. We'll now find out how that one come. How did it come, the difference? So please, head of service, ask the people to declare assets. The regular vetting of all officers involved in public procurement. And who are those officers? From council members, board members, to the chief executive, to the directors, to the secretary, tender board, head of procurement. This is regular vetting because they are involved in public procurement. This is what I'm suggesting. I will share this as suggestion with the ICPC and the FCC as well, because I serve as a resource person to them as well. They say, hey, this is something we must be doing that includes everybody. And then sectorial development of procurement officers. Sectorial, I just use the case of health, for instance. If you want to build a career in health procurement, you focus on health procurement, so you have it. You have somebody with background. If you're doing the power, for instance, you have to be a electrical engineer to have that in all that. Then process. We talked about booking judicial process, requiring the CJN to set party direction to begin trial procurement officers. And then set up a secure information platform to report procurement officers suspected or subverting any provisions of the Act. I've talked about e-technology. The outcome, if this happens, you will expect improved value for money, reduce corruption and enhance public trust. We're going to have fewer procurement scandals. We have greater confidence in government institutions. And then it will not be complete without sanctions. The Act has provided that you can deny contractors or blacklist them, that you can exercise disciplinary action against public officers who breach the Act, including administrative and criminal breaches. We've been focusing on criminal, but I think we should do more of administrative sanctions. And what does that mean? You can demote you. As a director, you can demote you to deputy director. You can post you out. You can do all those things. It's easier. Or annulment of tainted procurement processes. But however, we have not been consistent in this implementation. Strengthening sanctions and ensuring they are fair, timely, and well publicized is essential for adherence. There's no need to put a light and put it under the table. Those who have been found, we say shame them. That if somebody has been demoted for violating procurement, let it be known to the whole world. so that others who are planning to do so will not do so anymore. And then in conclusion, I said that emerging procurement in Nigeria is not an abstract exercise, it's an urgent government priority. Responsible public procurement that is rooted in good governance, transparency and accountability is essential not only for saving money, but for building a state that citizens can trust, a market that rewards competence and integrity, and a future where public resources are used to deliver tangible, equitable benefits to all Nigerians. The Public Procurement Act 2007 laid a strong foundation for a rules-based system aimed at transparency, competition, and value for money. Yet, persistent implementation gaps mean that the potentials of the Act are not yet fully realized. By reinforcing governance structures, embracing transparency through digitalization and open contracting, and strengthening accountability mechanisms across administrative, legal, political, and social spheres, Nigeria can transform public procurement into a driver of integrity, efficiency, and development.
Together. And you are sitting down, so you are not, I'm sure. All right, quickly, please, can we have our seat, please? Thank you very much. Listen to Mr. Due Process himself. You will agree with me that this is the man that gave birth to the due process that later transformed to Korea Public Enterprise. The man who knows that gave birth to it and saw it through. And today, like he said, the tree that he planted some years ago, he has come to take shape under the same tree. Thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate that. Wonderful presentations. And just as you have heard from speaking, I did mention about the wrong perceptions of people have about public procurement. I talked about the elements of good governance. I mentioned so many things, and of course the way forward on how to reimagine public procurement. At this point, we are going to not waste much of our time. We are going to take a few questions. In fact, if you ask me, I'm going to take about 3 questions. So please, if you have questions, raise up your hands, indicate, then we'll take your questions. Please, can we have another mic for those that want to ask questions? Please, if you want to ask questions, kindly raise up your hands. And we are going to give privilege to our special invitees. If any one of us have questions, please indicate. But for our graduates from each of those tracks, yeah, okay, that's number 1. Thank you very much. Yes, any other person? All right, the lady at the back. Number 2, who is the lucky 3? Who is the lucky 3? I have 2 persons. So with all that we have heard, okay, please let the microphone come to the first person here. Yes, the microphone is this way. So we'll take the 3 questions at once before the response.
You have a mic to yourself here. Thank you, Dr. Eze. My name is Tefa Setim. I am very pleased with this presentation. I have identified someone whom I share a similar stigma, which for him is rather a positive stigma. And for me, I received it negatively, Mr. Due Process. I worked in an organization that I was called Mr. Due Process. And since then, I've not been able to get any engagement, a reasonable one, because they think that I am a very strict person. So my question is, How do we fight a system that undermines the efforts of those who practice accountability and transparency in a system where we are struggling to make it more comfortable for everybody to live in? That is my question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The second question, please.
Next person. I love the choice, gender sensitive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for a wonderful presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the already existing protocol. My name is Daudo Angela Boadu. I want to ask, Prof, I've been in a system of being opening, and a participant who sat close by, who was also a bidder, somehow we got talking because I network a lot, and he made mention, unknown to him, that I was an observer, said, all these things they are doing here, it no go work. In the end, na my oga go get am. Now, this is somebody who, this is oga, is a person who has been in the House of Assembly for a very long time. So in this kind of situation, how do you blow your whistle, and to who do you direct your whistle to, that the system should be corrected? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Last question.
The next person.
All right. In the absence of any other question, I think the guest speaker can react, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. At least for the fact of having 2 questions meant that maybe you were more comfortable with all the issues. Maybe I didn't excite too well. But all the same, let me start from the last person. Section 54 of the World Procurement Act says that if you observe that something is wrong, you first of all write to the accounting officer complaining about your observation. And then the accounting officer has 15 days within which he will respond to you. And if he doesn't respond to you, or he responds and you're not satisfied with the explanation, you write to the regulator, BPP. And then BPP also has 21 days within which they will treat the matter, even though that particular has gone to court and the court ruled that you can't limit the time within which they will treat the matter, so long as to ensure fair hearing. But if for any reason you're not able to get the other people, you can extend the time. That is a particular case we went to court. However, when BPP received that, it will stop the procurement process until the investigation is completed. And if after that you still are not satisfied, you go to court. That is the process the law has provided. If you jump any of the states and go straight to court, the court will throw the matter out as being incompetent, since you have not exhausted the internal mechanism provided for in the Act. So that is why. But then you raise more a fundamental issue. And that is the perception that while we are here, so that to build public trust, when people are not just gathered and collect money, 10,000 from them for the sake of fulfilling all righteousness, and meanwhile, at the end, irrespective of what you do, or my order will get her. That is the tragedy of the procurement process. How do we revert it? How do we reimagine it so that only the outcome of the process will determine who the winner is? And that is the danger of allowing impunity. And you as procurement officers play a critical role in ensuring that this perception doesn't continue in wherever you find yourself. That you do things in line with the rule, You may be overruled, but it's important that you are not found wanting. In other words, if they say the evaluation criteria will not change, you will not change it. If you did, they say lowest evaluated or most advantageous bid. But before you can do that, you too must understand even what is expected of you. The truth of the matter, the most procurement officer don't even know how to even evaluate bids. That is another one. They will say, certificate of incorporation, 5 marks. This, 5 marks, this. They say, that is rubbish. A lot of us don't know. And so you have done the basic one by getting the training, but the real work will require you getting involved and getting it done. Then second question, we're in a country where being honest is very expensive. Yeah. Yes, I chose to see my cup as half full rather than half empty. I also suffered because in all the discussions, and it's good for me, in all the discussions they will hold that will involve money, after finishing all the technical things, they will say, engineers, please, you can leave us, you are not a politician, and then you leave. And so when, after leaving office and government begin to look through the records, they will see the people who were part of the meeting. I won't be invited because I wasn't there. Those who took part in the meeting, those who in one way or the other benefited. You can't chop government money without a trace. But you know what? Most of them became my friends and became governors. And my reward came when they became governors. Yes. They were sharing houses, they didn't give me. They were awarding contracts, they didn't give me. I didn't ask anyway. But then when they now left, I became governors. Anywhere they are, they look for me. Anywhere they are, they look for me. He said, this is the man who saved me when I was minister. How did I save them? I said no. And when they left, there were petitions left and right, only for them to go in there and see my signature. Then I said no. At a point, one of them was displaying my letter in the AIT every day to show that engineers declared him. And today, anywhere he sees me, he will look for me. Right? So, at a point, how much do you really need to survive? How much do you need? And the way you are saying, you have not died, you are still surviving. Except you are looking for money to contest to become governor. That's when you begin to worry yourself. You need tons and tons of money. But as for the basic needs of life, you get it. You have something they don't have. You have peace of mind. And that peace of mind cannot be purchased. There's no value of it. That's my advice to everybody. If you want to be a billionaire, go and do business. If you want to be in procurement, you must be angry about the system. You must want to make a change. But if you are working in waterboard, the little water you need to keep your life will come. But the big one that will cause erosion will not be there. If it comes a big one like that, it will cause erosion. And erosion can be so deep that you too find yourself inside it. I hope I answered that question. So thank you so much. I think I've answered all the questions they had to answer. Once again, thank you so much for watching.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give first speaker a standing ovation as he goes back to his seat. Thank you very much, Dr. Sam. Okay, please, I don't go yet. There's got to be a decoration.
Thank you so much. I believe that you agree with me that indeed your time, this time you have spent here, money cannot buy based on what you've heard, what you've been blessed with. And I know that I stand here on behalf of all of us to thank our guest lecturer, our key resource person, and on behalf of all of us, we want to present him this. And I'll call on our Vice Chancellor, present it. It will be open so that you will see that it is not money. This is not 5 alive. Because we know you will not collect if it's 5 alive. The person holding this box will not even give 5 alive. Eh?
Please, can you be seated? May you be seated? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for our lead paper presenter, number one, and thanks to the Vice Chancellor for the decoration. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed for a group photograph. And the group photograph will be just outside this building, at the back of the building, and this is the way out. So I will invite our Vice Chancellor to lead the high table behind, and then the rest of us will follow. We want the graduates to be part of this photograph, and the rest of us. The space behind is big enough. If we are orderly, we will have no problem. So please, this is the order of photograph. Procurement graduates will take a photograph with the Vice Chancellor and his delegation. Everyone on the front row. Okay. All right. Please, let's have some people volunteer to help us with this table to go down. As I invite the procurement graduates to please come forward. Only procurement to come forward. Please, let's put our hands together for them. It wasn't easy. Passing that proficiency test was not just for anybody. It was those who actually understood the training. Congratulations. Your items are safe. Just come up gradually, gently, and then we can have the photograph. Please, the procurement graduate, may you step up. Just come up. The VIP will be in front. The representative of the Commandant of NASME, the representative of the Federal Reception Corps, the representative of the Correctional Center, please join us, join our VC, and all members of the high table. While the great graduates will be up. Please, let's save the time. A lot of space. We have a lot of space up. Just climb up. Step up your game. Enjoy this way. Yes, I'm a student. Senior student. There's space behind. A lot of space behind. Come this way. This was faster. Beautiful. That's what I know. Sorry. Yes, in a minute or two, we'll be ready this week. Those of you just come to this other wing. Thank you for being sharp. We appreciate you. Ijaga, we are almost ready. Please get ready. Those of you in front, I hope the official photographer will not be. We're about to have it now. Thank you for your patience. Procurement are winning singing with verses. Beautiful people. Thank you. Environmental standards. Graduates of, come this way, follow by your left, this way. Thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you. Environmental standard, thank you. Social standard, be getting ready. Thank you. We're almost there. Please come forward quickly. Yeah, we're about to take the photograph now, please. Yes, we are ready. The jogger, look this way. Wonderful. Thank you. Graduates. Come this way, follow this way, where you move the other way. Right? The other way, because make that way. Good. Social standard this way. Yeah, this is Vice Chancellor and distinguished invited guests, thank you for your patience. We will soon be done with the photographs. Social standards graduates, please walk up fast. Thank you. There's space behind.
See, there's space there. There's space on the other end.
Social standards, we're about to have it. The social we're having it now.
And it's 0.6. So except you change the ratio, you change the ratio now.
Thank you. Thank you. It's now the Vice Chancellor and the front row only. Thank you. It's the Vice Chancellor and those the front row only.
If you stand there, you get to they are not balanced. They are not balanced. Teaching, I will tell teaching, no, teaching from this side. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going into the second paper presentation.
Disconnect this charge mode. Battery deal. I'm not gonna make it. No, down now. Memory card. Battery no dey charge. That is gonna come so wrong like about mine. Look, now you say I'm the only one now. You charge already.
Thank you. We're going straight into the second paper presentation. And the session moderator for this session is Dr. A.D. Teran, the Social Standards Faculty. Please, Dr. Teran. Thank you very much. Very distinguished. Permit me to invite the administrative team leader, Dr. Mercy Liana, and the deputy center leaders, social standard, distinguished Professor Dofos Nasu, to please step forward as we invite the chief consultant of the World Bank, the social risk manager, man that is capacity personified. We must appreciate our center leader, distinguished Prof. Lamin Namani, for bringing him here. It's not always easy to see Chief Oluwato say no show. It's only seen at an international forum. A very wonderful man who teaches us about how to avoid risk, all the social risks, the financial risks, what has to do with involuntary settlement, how will you stakeholders engagement in management of risk. Permit me to invite this wonderful young man to join together as we invite Chief Oluwato say no show. It's moving my testimony. Wonderful man. Let me take a bow for you. You're welcome, sir. step this way so that you can be dressed in a special regalia in a robe. Such a dress that is befitting of you. You will have to remove your special card. But for Sarwuan, Mama was giving you another cap that will be very wonderful to be seen internationally. Let me hold your cap for yourself.
Yes, this presentation they on already.
Beautiful. It's looking magnificent. Fantastic. Put us together for him. To read this song selection, as we've been taught by our mentor, our teacher, Prof. Lamin, Angela and Namami, who have to be gender sensitive. I will be calling on Dr. Magdalene Godward to read a citation of this very great man, a wonderful man. Dr. Magdalene, step up. Put your hands together once again for him.
Oluwatosin B. Osho is a development and social specialist with experience in international development consulting, particularly within the World Bank Group operations. As a consultant engaged on World Bank projects, he contributes technical expertise in social development, stakeholder engagement, and inclusion project implementation, helping to ensure that development initiatives are responsive to community needs and aligned with global best practices. His work involves supporting multidisciplinary teams to integrate social considerations, community perspectives, and engagement strategies into the design and execution of development projects. This includes advising on approaches that promote social inclusion, ethical engagement, and effective communication between project stakeholders and implementing partners. Oluwatosin consultancy with the World Bank reflects his commitment to sustainable development outcomes, drawing on a strong foundation in social sciences, development practice, and community-centered research. Through his contributions, he supports the delivery of development solutions that are both impactful and equitable. His professional strengths include social analysis and development planning, stakeholder engagement and community relations, support for project implementation and monitoring, collaboration with international partners and multidisciplinary teams. Oluwatosin continues to build his expertise in development consultancy with a focus on helping organizations navigate social complexities in development interventions and achieve measurable community-focused results. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as you welcome Oluwatosin Osho to deliver his lecture.
Thank you so much for that very embarrassing introduction. I mean, it's also very humbling to stand in the presence of this distinguished audience this morning, this afternoon. Makurdi was observed, the Vice Chancellor, the Center Leader and her team, Dr. Eze, the head of service from Sarwuan, Professor Suji, and all attendees of this symposium. I bring you greetings from the team of work supporting the Sustainable Procurement, Environment and Social Standards Advancement Project. It's been a journey of about 6 years and evolving into much more vistas going forward. Because, like personally, might have informed the university community, the project was supposed to close middle of this year, but we have 3 more years to do more impactful work. Recognizing the fact that the work that needs to be done to strengthen capacity is not one that can be achieved in the traditional project life cycle of the World Bank. So I'm privileged to be here this morning, particularly to be asked to follow in the great footsteps of Dr. Engineer Eze, who is, for those of us who work in this space, a great figure, a great titan. Management measures through. We've had experiences with many projects that have done some kind of assessment, great or otherwise, but whatever they do fails to happen because the handshake with procurement doesn't exist. So I think it's a very beautiful place for us to anchor. And beautifully also you observe that the project that has brought us all here and what we're doing in Ipess brings procurement, environment, and social together. A bit of reflection. When the operation itself was being considered, when the request was being considered, it was supposed to just be a standalone procurement operation. Until today, in the project, our procurement colleagues are our big brothers. However, it became obvious that, number one, we are evolving, globally we are evolving into the era of what we call sustainable procurement, or green procurement, or inclusive procurement. And it is impossible for us as a nation or developing countries to achieve the kind of development we want to achieve if in procuring we do not factor in environmental and social considerations. Also knowing that we do not only suffer a capacity gap in procurement. In fact, I would argue that our procurement brothers are probably stronger than us. Environment also a bit strong, but as I will show in the course of my presentation, the social aspects of what we do appear to be the most complex, the most challenging, for a number of reasons. So it's good that we are here this morning, this afternoon, early afternoon, to talk about this subject, and I believe is going to be of great value to us. Procurement as a tool for social equity. My consideration is, how do we advance fair labor, inclusion, and local economic development? Let me say that I'm also grateful that the team that put this symposium together, it's like they knew that if you allow this man to talk about the whole of what is we talked about in social, he would probably take the whole time and he will bore the audience. So they helped me to define my concentration to just a few important things: labor, inclusion, local economic development. And that's what I'm going to try to do. I mean, there are other things which I will mention, but they will not be essentially my focus. Let me start by saying that procurement is a powerful lever for social development, for environmental management. And in my presentation, I will try for us to look at social equity as a concern in procurement. We also will identify social standards and instruments for equity. We will summarize the international Nigerian legal or say regulatory requirements, explain the link between environmental and social assessment, intervention design, and procurement. I'll try to situate procurement at the heart of what we do as environmental and social assessors. Okay, it's beautiful that they put procurement in between, and environment is flanking this way, social is flanking this way. Because without these guys in the middle, whatsoever we do, we just be lost in narration. That's one of the things I hope we'll see today. So, where do we start? What is social equity? It just means being fair, being just, and treating people equitably. I don't want to go into the conceptual definitions of equality versus equity, but generally we agree that what we try to chase now as a society is equity, which simply means giving everybody what they need to live optimal lives. It doesn't necessarily mean giving everybody the same thing. There's a diagram I like to use to illustrate this. You have a tall guy, somebody as tall as me. You have somebody half my size, half my height, and you want both of them to have access above the fence. So you are going to get me a smaller bed to stand on and get that shorter guy something higher, so that at the end of the day, we stand almost at the same level and we have about the same view. Because at the end of the day, it's about getting everybody as much as possible what everybody needs to achieve their full potential. Now, in procurement, this will mean you use the purchasing power, purchasing process to address disparities, because there are inherent disparities in every diverse population. Our objective as a people is to be as egalitarian as possible. But we recognize that there are many factors that keep us on various levels, that ensure that some people are more privileged than others. So how can we use this procurement process, or this process of procuring goods, services, and all of that, to deal with the disparities, promote inclusion, and mitigate social risks? Focus will be on improving access, improving participation, improving beneficiary for all, especially identified or identifiable vulnerable groups. Vulnerability simply means somebody is not able to compete at the same level as somebody else. And recognizing those factors and thinking through that as a challenge to say, are there things that we can do within the rules, within the regulations, to help such people achieve almost an equivalence of what others are? Now, what unsettles equity? There's a concept of risk, and I will narrow down on social risk. Risk and impacts are generally used interchangeably. This is not a classroom session, but we understand that the main difference, there's a continuum between the two actually, but the main difference will be in the probability. Risks are generally probabilistic in nature. There are things that you may not be sure will happen, but you do not want to close your eyes, or you don't want to take chances for that unlikely occurrence. In your assessment, you may determine that the chances of this happening is high, substantial, moderate, or low, but whichever way, you want to identify that there's a chance that this will happen. On the other hand, impacts are things that are almost certain, they are almost predictable. In the prediction spectrum, you can give a higher figure to them. However, we use them interchangeably. Now, if we talk social risk, let me look at the World Bank framework, which basically is what is guiding the capacity building programs that we're doing in Ipess and the 5 other centers offering these courses. Labor-related risks, I will speak a bit about that. Now, risks include unsafe working conditions. It includes exploitative practices at work. It includes unequal treatment and weak grievance systems where people have issues surrounding their working conditions. Systems may be weak so that they may not be able to complain. Exclusion and vulnerability. There are populations by reasons of biology, economic, social attributes that are disadvantaged. They are at risk of exclusion from benefit due to structural inequalities or weak engagement practices. I mean, we just overlook them. And I'm happy. When I stepped into this room, I sat down. Within a few minutes, I saw something that excites me. Right beside me is a sign language interpreter. And what is he trying to do? Please celebrate. Celebrate this. idea of this gentleman and the lady who had been here before him is to ensure that if there's anybody that has hearing impairment, sight impairment, such a person will be able to follow the proceedings right in this place. And it is becoming a global best practice. And I'm happy that Ipess Symposium is not only teaching, they are practicing. Every celebrate the center I'll give another example to celebrate them. Of course, the 5 other centers. So when this project started, and this engineering, this probably explains why they can't do so much infrastructure. When the project was designed, the assumption was there will be no need for so much infrastructure works. So for E&S risk, we rated it very low because we expected that there will be existing buildings. But at some point, some centers made the case. And that's what Dr. Eze is saying. Can we make the case again? Some centers made the case to say we need to do more than just teaching and doing curriculum. We need to improve some of our facilities. And then we needed to ask them to prepare a statutory instrument for managing such risk, which is an ESM, Environmental and Social Management Plan. I'm going to touch on some of them as I go on. And then we thought to ourselves, the traditional route in all the World Bank projects would be to say, go and get a consultant who can do this. But then we talk within ourselves, if we are building capacity, if the faculty here is teaching people, then there should be people within the university who can do the ESMP themselves. To the credit of this team, they prepared those ESMPs for themselves. Can you please help me celebrate them? So beyond teaching, we are also seeing strands of practice. So people who come to our centers to learn will not just be learning theory. They will have an opportunity to get their hands dirty and put their hands inside the real work and get things that will benefit our society. Another risk, set of risks falls under community health and safety. This is where you have project interventions that disrupt traffic. Road safety call is here. Every time we were doing projects, we say, go and talk to road safety. Because I've worked on a project where people have been stuck in traffic and women who were trying to get to the hospital practically had to deliver inside that car because somebody just blocked the road and they didn't give account for diversions, they didn't give, pay attention to traffic management, nothing was done. So this is a risk. Pollution to the people can affect people's health. Security. Professor Lani was saying it's difficult to get them in because they don't come by road. Just because the bank says before you travel, you go through a lot of security requirements. So I'm not allowed to travel just anywhere. Because beyond being someone who works for the world, I'm also a Nigerian. That's why I'm here. So security issues also need to be considered. There are human interventions that bump up security risk. As a result of what people do, for instance, let me give you a typical example. If there is influx of labor workers into a community, and those community members, the incoming workers, they earn a bit more than the people who live in that community, or they have other values, other cultures, other norms. You may see within few weeks that the security atmosphere of that community changes. So you need to put this into consideration when designing projects. Look at this risk as an issue. So these security issues can threaten community health and safety near project sites. Indigenous peoples and cultural heritage. We say in Nigeria that we don't have indigenous people. Indigenous people are people with a unique culture, a unique identity that is different from the, what you find generally. An example is the Maasais of East Africa. But we say in Nigeria that there are no indigenous people. We are still trusting our academics and our researchers to actually tell us if there are no indigenous people. But that's the general agreement. And they have special needs also. Whenever we find them, we deal with them also specially because they have embedded and entrenched, forms of exclusion, where they are not able to participate in whatsoever is happening around them. And there's also cultural heritage, both the tangible type and the intangible type. For instance, the moving my car is a bit of an intangible cultural heritage. However, I have not found a way to complain. Meaning that some people, even by the reason of their identity, they feel human interventions can affect some things they value. There's an example of a project in China that was to build a skyscraper. This project made it easy for me to understand the entire concept of intangible cultural resources. And the people in that area said, look, the site you have chosen for this project stands in the path of one sacred wind. A wind blows through this place. And when you build this skyscraper, it's going to block that wind. It's going to alter what we hold sacred. Do you know, because of that feedback, they redesigned that building to allow free flow of that wind through the structure? Because it was a thing of concern for the people. So you have all forms. I mean, we understand the tangible type, excavations, terracotta. I mean, all manner of physical forms of cultural heritage. In fact, including remains. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much for letting me know. I've been asked to go. Now, before I go into the procurement levers that we have, let me quickly show us something about how we are now, where we are. Before, when we started, when the whole journey of understanding about environment and social risk started, it was environment on one side and social nowhere. After a while, social issues became big. And for a period, we tended to look at environment as so different from social. But if you look at this slide that you're looking at, you will see that for what we call ESS4, for instance, which is on community health and safety. Community health and safety it has both environmental layers, which is the biophysical, the natural receptors in society, and it also has social layers, meaning that there is actually no issue now that you can look at and look at environment in isolation of social. So there is an integrated approach to looking at sustainability now, which is why you talk about ESG, environmental, social, and governance, for instance. So, which is also, if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, those are the things they look at, both environmental and social concerns. I'll just mention this quickly, that beyond the international frameworks, there are actually local, or say Nigerian instruments, templates, requirements that guide some of those things. And because of the topic before me this morning, you can see the labor standards of the ILO. ILO has core labor standards, which a lot of them have been domesticated. And right now, they've been domesticated as treaties. And even right now, the federal government is in the process of coming up with what we call a labor standards law. They have a labor standards bill right now. Non-discrimination. You have clauses in the Nigerian Constitution that says people should not be discriminated against. And even the Public Procurement Act, because the act of what we are discussing this morning is public procurement. When it says we have to do things transparently, when it says tendering must be open and competitive, it's saying that we don't create a process that discriminates against one person, gives an advantage to one person over another, maybe because of political access. We also have local content laws, community benefit requirements, and all of that. I will come to supplier diversity and set asides as part of procurement. Okay, so just in summary, what do these key requirements talk about? For labor, no forced labor, no child labor, workers have freedom of association, workers must not be discriminated against at the workplace, among others. You have also use of fair wages. Wages must be fair, must represent what is available in the market. For instance, Nigeria's national minimum wage, the minimum an employer will be required to pay right now, is in line with that law. The conversation as to whether that minimum wage is adequate or not is another one. Safe working conditions, grievance mechanisms. Look, we have found that at times people are ready to let go of the issues that bother them if they have a safe, confidential, and culturally appropriate mechanism by which they can lodge complaints. If they can just voice out what is their mind, a lot of times they resolve so many issues. So Grievance mechanisms for workers is also an issue in labor. Protection for vulnerable groups, and then non-discrimination and inclusion of traditionally excluded groups. So what is a traditionally excluded group varies from place to place, from context to context. It is not the same thing in all states of Nigeria, which is why we look at assessment at site-specific level, not based on global generalization, so that you can be specific in your understanding of exclusion in the environment in which you are working. And many global organizations like the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, they have similar requirements like this. Within Nigerian laws, our Labour Act covers a number of those things. Public Procurement Act, I mentioned that earlier, the Local Content Act. We also have anti-discrimination laws. For instance, we have, most states are now starting to have what we call disability commissions. Nigeria's gender policy. For workers, we have the Factory Act, we have the Employee Compensation Act, for instance, gives protection to workers who suffer fatalities or injuries at work. So we have this body of laws even in Nigeria beyond the international framework. Now, how do we connect this process? This is a very interesting graphic that I want us to consider. My environmental and social colleagues in the house. All this work, from what I'm saying, begins with you. Once there is an intervention idea, and I use intervention to cover things like projects, policies, programs, whatever is an human intervention that will be coming into either the biophysical or the social environment, they need to be assessed. Assessment will help us identify the risks and the opportunities. It will help us to evaluate them. It will help us to apply what we call the mitigation hierarchy. What issues can we avoid? What issues can we minimize? What issues do we need offsets for? For instance, the example Engineer Eze used about removing trees. If you have to remove trees, for instance, will it be a consideration to do an offset, to plant those trees elsewhere if you need to take them out of somewhere? Or can you even avoid them completely by choosing an alternative project alignment? Is that possible? So this is the risk identification, the risk assessment that begins the journey. Now, the next level of it is that because you have identified avoidance measures, you have identified minimization measures, you have identified mitigation and compensatory measures, those measures need to be integrated into the main intervention design. This is one area where we fail. So probably you are doing a road project as an highway engineer, and you've identified the risk of tree felling, and you are saying, engineer, I think we can change the alignment, but you have kept that recommendation in your environmental and social assessment report or your environmental and social management plan without bringing it to the notice of the engineer who is leading the design. Then you have planned to fail. Now, beyond integration of E&E environmental and social assessment findings, we now need to embed the social, environmental and social requirements that need to be procured as part of the works. So, for instance, we have identified that a source of water will be disturbed, and you have identified maybe a protective measure. You say you want to do a riprap, maybe a riprap will help. That riprap will not benefit anybody if it is written in an ESMP. That riprap, or whatever measure it is, for instance, we want to reduce traffic impact, and you have said, okay, we will need XYZ number of flagmen to help with traffic diversion, or we will need to bring the traffic management agency in that state on board. You will need to consider how to integrate whatever it will cost to do that into the main technical specifications of that project. And that also must find its way into the bidding documents that companies that want to tender will see. I will get into some of them as we go on. And lastly, we track and evaluate outcomes if we are procured well. The challenge we commonly have is that environmental and social assessment findings are stranded. They never find their way into the procurement document. What you find a lot of times are generic measures that are not accounted for the site specificities that are peculiar to different communities. If you're on a linear project, your road is going through 10 communities. There may be issues at Chile 1 that you will not find at Chile 10. So the site specificities should guide what goes into the procurement document so that bidders are aware that I will be required to take care of this issue when I get on site. So, what are the procurement tools for social equity? I've had to get my hands into this because it became an issue across most of our projects. Pre-qualification and bid evaluation with social, I'm saying social, but let me add environment and social criteria, not just engineering criteria or criteria given by, like engineers, they use the example of a pharmacist. But I was telling Dr. Professor Suji that I know somebody who is a pharmacist who is running an MSc program in his center now because of the uniqueness of supply chain management and procuring medical goods and supplies. So you will not leave that technical specification to that pharmacist, for instance. If any environmental and social risk has been identified, maybe he says he wants to build a facility to store those drugs. You understand that in building this facility, there are environmental and social risks. As the environmental and social risk specialist, we have a duty to identify measures to take care of that. And those things must end up in the bidding document. Contract clauses for labor. I have to learn this admin. When my procurement colleagues told me that you cannot touch general conditions of contract. We cannot touch that. We probably have to work around particular conditions or special provisions. So you need to understand how these measures that you have written, your ESMP and your ESIA, will enter into the procurement document. If it doesn't go there, it's never going to be done. You see how powerful these people are? My green band and red band, you see how powerful these people in the middle are? If whatever we do, whatever assessment findings we do, doesn't get into the documents that they are preparing, it's never going to happen. And let me tell you your experience. You will go to monitor what you have written and you won't find anything. And you'll be screaming. You'll be screaming. And at the end of the day, a very honest procurement person will tell you that this thing never entered the contractor's contract. Supplier codes of conduct and mandatory training. There are times for mandatory training, even in the procurement document. If you understand, there to be an issue. Performance monitoring and social audits. Community engagement in procurement planning. Stakeholder engagement is the mandate of the social person. But a lot of times, when you go to engage with communities, they ask you questions about the procurement process. So you see why there must be a handshake, set aside, and preferences. Under special conditions, you may decide to set aside specific benefits for specific people. I will give an example that is commonly done. If you are doing a project in a locality with high youth unemployment, it will be almost improbable and you will have a difficult project if you don't think proactively to say, at the minimum, all informal or unskilled labor must be mandatorily sourced from that community. If you leave it open-ended for the contractor to bring people from anywhere, they will bring people from outside Nigeria. They will not only bring people from outside Nigeria, they will create an additional social problem, also labor influx. Meaning, before you know what, don't let me go there. They will put pressure on the accommodation facilities. They will start hunting for animals that are sacred to your community. Zamfara. There was a project in Zamfara where the head of the community just looked around and realized that their donkeys had disappeared. Donkeys are productive assets for that community. For the Chinese contractors that came, donkeys are just like any form of beef. And they started offering good money to buy them, and they bought them. It's a commercial transaction. Before they knew what, the population of donkeys in that community had been severely diminished. So, labor influx can be managed if you do those kind of set asides. It's like affirmative action. To say, for Unskilled labor, we will reserve all the opportunities for young people in this labor. Because of time, I think I've covered everything. So, for fair labor, these are some of the tools you can use. Code of conduct, including, which is a requirement that you can put in the bidding document, including provisions for sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment. Labor management procedures. Bidders can be told upfront to submit something you call a labor management procedure, which tells us how they want to manage labor deployment on that project before they even get the contract. And you will see that it can even form part of the criteria for giving them the job or not. Environmental, social, and health safety management strategies at bidding stage, including local hiring, I keep going back there, to reduce labor influx. We can also strengthen supply chain due diligence, e.g., ask bidders to submit forced labor declarations. That is, the bidder will be required to make a declaration that they will avoid forced labor as required by ILO conventions and other, even local requirements. There are local requirements, imagine now, on avoiding forced labor and child labor. And we do this by understanding that there are some specific sectors that are prone to this. For instance, in Ghana, the cocoa industry is highly prone to child labor. And if government now says we want to make it an objective to reduce it, and you want to do an intervention in that area, you can be deliberate about putting that as a requirement, that the bidder will make a declaration to avoid such in prosecuting the works. Plan the process to tight payments and performance security. There's now what we call E&S performance security, where contractors make obligations to fulfill environmental and social risk management measures, and if they don't, the client, the project owner, can call that performance security to address those issues. Social inclusion and non-discrimination. All right, I'll be done. Thank you very much. Environmental and social risk management embeds non-discrimination and inclusion. We can apply proportional qualification and smart plotting to enable the participation of some particular kind of companies. You can decide to say, because we want local content, the criteria can be considered. There's this emerging concept of rated criteria, and I think I will stop on that note. This emerging concept of rated criteria, even in the World Bank, is something we are still working with. Because previously, criteria for selecting contractors was usually based on mostly technical and financial management criteria. And a lot of those things could be numeric, you could count. But for social attributes, a lot of them are not, they are not attributes that you may be able to numerically assess. They are qualitative in nature. So because of that evolution of us seeing environmental and social risk management issues as important to procurement, there's this concept of rated criteria now, which allows such attributes that are non-numeric to be put in the rating criteria. For instance, you can require a bidder to submit a supplier diversity plan. You can put a figure to it. You can require a bidder to make a commitment that the workplace will be accessible. You may not be able to put a figure to it. But seeing that as in a qualitative form could be something that you will consider in giving the job or not giving the job. Lastly, I would say there's a need also to integrate stakeholder engagement into the procurement process, where the public, both the bidding public and the non-bidding public, understand what the project is trying to do and they are able to participate effectively. With some of these measures, our projects can become more socially equitable by having fairer labor practices and ensuring that different strata of society are not excluded from project opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You stay. I can see the center leader directing that your pledge should be brought for some. We'll give it to you so that we can handle it. Yeah. Thank you very much. We will go straight to the third lead paper so that we can tie it up. After that, there will be a brief interaction. You know, social and environmental standards are together. So we'll just have that interaction together, and that will be it. But before I call forward the next moderator, it's my pleasure to welcome the Director General, Special Projects and Infrastructure, Bureau for Special Projects and Infrastructure, one of our own in this university, Engineer Professor Abel. DG, you're welcome. Thank you very much. We also have the DG of Public Procurement Commission. He's here with us. So you're welcome. Thank you. He's over there. Thank you. We also have the former Executive Secretary, National Mathematical Center, Professor Ona, with us. So if you're in the hall, please kindly indicate. Okay, welcome, sir. Please let an usher bring him forward. We will like you to sit in front while we conclude, sir. Thank you very much for coming. On the note, I would like to call Professor E.J. Kefan, the moderator for this session, to please bring forward our third lead paper presenter for his decoration and presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, we have to take this session because we're told that the lighting will go off not too long from now. So we have to take the next presentation before we do the interactions. So at this juncture, we want to call on the next presenter, Professor Sylvester Osuji. Just wait first. So let me call on the ATL to come up, and then Professor Shato, please come up to help dress it up. It's your job. And then let me also call on Dr. Peter Tsue, who will take the citation of the presenter. I hope Dr. Peter Tsue is in. Okay, thank you. So now, they are ready for you, sir. You can come up now. Our wonderful presenter. Okay, he's ready now. We're calling on Dr. Terran to take the citation very shortly.
Thank you very much. Our mommy, the center leader, has directed that we should be very brief so that we don't keep you waiting. Citation of the great Otogu, the giant Professor Sylvester Obina Osuji. Professor Osuji was born in 1973. He held Bachelor of Engineering, Master of Engineering, PhD in Civil Engineering. Professor Osuji is the Fellow, Nigerian Society of Engineering. Distinguished Osuji is an alumni of the great Federal University of Technology, Owerri, Futo. She is once again, Prof. Osuji held Bachelor of Law degree, LLP, Master of Law degree, LLM. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Osuji
is the solicitor of the Supreme Court of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. A notable member of the Nigerian Bar Association, a consultant on the various engineering projects across the globe, not just in Africa, a university don who has worked with international corporations such as the Shell, a certified public procurement officer, presently distinguished Professor Feb Sylvester Obinam Osuji is the center leader at the Sustainable Procurement, Environmental and Social Standard Center of Excellence of the University of Benin, the Great Unibenin. The distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it will be interesting to know that before then, Professor Osuji was the Deputy Director of Procurement at Unibenin. The Otogo professor is a man who started from a very humble background as a graduate assistant in the university and rose to the pinnacle to become a distinguished professor of civil engineering and a professor of international report. He has been a source of inspiration. Professor Suji is a source of encouragement, not to the vulnerable or the downtrodden, very powerful. Beyond administration and teaching, Prof. Suji is a researcher with over 70 scholarly articles, conference papers. You discover to his credit more than all of his papers, book chapter, article are coming at geometrical rates. Distinguished Professor Suji is not just under him as the center leader. He has embarked upon tremendous capacity building, training and retraining, embarking on practical and pragmatic program to achieve the sustainable development goal in terms of poverty reduction, in terms of gender inclusivity, in terms of ensuring empowerment, in terms of ensuring stakeholder engagement. Distinguished Professor Suji, an European and a jack of all trades, is an innovator, is an inventor, a creative personality. He has traveled almost all the continents of the world, be it Europe, Asia, Australia, North America, South America. Professor Suji is married with a beautiful wife and beautiful children. In fact, Professor Suji, about Memphis is a fine boy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to present to you a barrister, an engineer, an enigma, a giant professor, vice-setter, a giant award, engineering, distinguished, massive, barrister, chief, super professor, Professor Suji.
Thank you, everybody. Maybe I should take a bow and go. Thank you so much. It's a great privilege to stand in front of Engineer Dr. Eze. He's my mentor. So really, I will indulge everybody to identify somebody you want to be like. This is one of them. I must recognize him. When I was, thank you. When I graduated, and then I had about procurement because my first call was engineering, civil engineering. So when I was into practice, I've been into practice all my life, designs, supervision, roads, bridges, all buildings and all that. So I went into consultancy. That's one of the consultants I was looking up to. And then when he came up with procurement, I now went ahead to register, get trained, and certified by BPP. And then I've been following him. I want to be like him. Thank you so much. So I want to recognize the Vice Chancellor too, and a wonderful man. He has been my mentor too, a man of the people. You can reach him very easily. That is a man to look up to. So we should all have ambitions to have somebody we look up to. I want to recognize the HOS, But by the way, don't mind my borrowed gown. It's really borrowed. This is example of when they say you borrowed gown. This is it. So I want to recognize the HOS National and every other distinguished guests in this occasion. Particularly, I must congratulate the center leader, Ipess. Really, she's been wonderful. And also, I told you from the beginning that I emulate people. I was made center leader and I saw the success. My center is one of the 6 centers. So I saw the success from this center. I started copying and I'm making progress. So really, I have copied another thing today. Such thing as this symposium, I must copy. Don't mind me. So we welcome everybody. And then let me speak to the subject matter because of time, so that we will learn. The basic thing here is that we've been asked to start painting this slide, shaping that green downwards. It's a greening the supply chain by integrating environmental standards into procurement decisions. Today we learned about the tenets, the pillars of procurement from no less person than the person who designed it. In fact, he has been at the forefront of all anything about procurement. And when I started practicing, I noticed that there are many things for us. Go there, all the documents that you need. You don't need to start, they don't start up reading documents. For those that came through this 3 weeks program, please go there and acclimatize yourself with the PPP site. You will see a lot of materials. When you read them, you will learn. So today we want to start populating the slides by creating the supply chain. We've learned the basics about procurement, but one advice I will give procurement officers is to stand your ground. There's a way you say no, but don't say it in an insulting manner. The chief executives will push you. You will be asked to do what you are not supposed to do. But there's a way you resist. Make whatever you're doing transparent, not to go to the bank and collect money and tell the chief executive, I'm clean. You discuss with contractors, get the money, or go with contractors, and then tell the man you're clean. By the time he identifies it, that you're not clean, you are in trouble. So the transparency nature of procurement requires that you are transparent. The essence of teaching you is not to equip you to circumvent the law. It's not to equip you to circumvent the law, because when you know the process, the tendency of changing things or covering the process and achieving your purpose, which is personal gain, is not supposed to be encouraged. Please avoid that. It is important that you do this practice with all diligence. Like our mentor said, you need to really pay attention to procurement, not focus on what you will gain out of procurement. Nobody is thinking that Nigeria should not change. Everybody thinks Nigeria should change. But when you come to the actual practice, most times you bend, and that is not right. Find a way to do certain things right. There are 2 things I've picked from that, what he taught today, value for money and fit for purpose. And that is where we come into the integrated environmental standards into procurement decisions. Right now, it's not clearly defined in our laws how these will come up. But I know that by the time you want to ensure value for money, you must then involve social systems, environmental systems, involve everything. I will soon redefine value for money so that you will know what it is. When I come to that value for money, you know exactly what it is, so that it should include all that is correct in procurement. Even when nobody is watching you, all that's supposed to be done to achieve efficient transparent, effective procurement system. This is a background to what I want to teach. Now, the basic thing here is that traditionally we have been doing procurement the way it's supposed to be, according to the law, according to what is known. The World Bank representative mentioned something that there is a shift globally about sustainability. A shift globally because generally all we know is that when we technically evaluate bidders, we are home and dry, and then we pick the lowest bid, and we say, oh, we have done well. No matter how transparent we are, there are other considerations. And that's why we are here today, that you don't leave it to chance, that you ensure quality and all that, and leave the rest to places. It's not how it goes. So sustainable procurement is the process of sustainably sourcing goods and services, taking into account not only the cost and quality, because technically, when you have certified a bidder, it simply means the next thing is the cost. And then once you achieve that cost, you are happy. But when I say that you consider the environment and the social and governance considerations should be embedded into what we are doing in procurement. So then it involves integrating sustainability considerations. What is sustainability? It simply means that you want to do something and consider the future generation. You don't finish the resources that is available to us all and then leave the rest and avoid the future. Dr. Eze mentioned something here that this is borrowed from in spacing, that all of us must make sure we do the right thing. Now, the program is basically for capacity building, and it is small, will make the difference. We are catching them from 100 level, 200 level, they will graduate, just like engineers too, they get certified, they start practicing. The news, the campaign is going everywhere. If not for spacing, we will not gather here today. All of us are becoming conscious of what is involved. Now, we are not saying beyond the general approach in procurement system, please consider the environmental and social conditions inside, so that everything you do must be done according to sustainability needs of a particular procurement process. Remember, you are not part of the manufacturing process of any good or service you want to acquire. Then the next thing is, by the time you put standards, put checks and here and there to ensure quality of what is being brought to you, you are invariably checking the production process so that everybody wants to conform. That's what this eco-label system that you can include in a procurement process. That this is like what we have, the common thing that is existing now is energy bulbs. All of us know about energy bulbs. So everybody is using it. Then the next thing is solar panels for energy. Conservation energy, those days when you go to offices, switch off electrical appliances before you go. All of them are coming. CNG gas is being pronounced now. And then we have other ones like cars that are coming with electricity for charging and all that. They are all coming in. So environmental sustainability is about perceiving natural resources and reducing pollution and removing all the eco or carbon prints behind. So that every process you do, because we know that procurement is the acquisition of goods, services. So that when you want to do that, you must make sure that you embed inside some environmental considerations. You focus on them so that things are done properly. Life cycle system was mentioned because recyclable systems, systems that don't destroy the environment are being preached now. So that when you are doing procurement, those ones become considerations in doing that. So it is very important that you talk about procurement system that involves all compliance with the environmental considerations. Now, what do we mean by procurement system in simple terms? Using procurement as a tool in achieving economic, environmental, and social benefits. That is where the hallmark has been, the center of it all is value for money. Now, you don't have value for money if you buy something that will pollute your environment. I will soon redefine value for money when we get into the risk system. It goes beyond cost and quality. Because what we preach, what you know today, is that once a contractor certifies or satisfies all those ones, you are home and dry and you're happy, you award the job. Just like if those systems, environmental systems were considered, the construction engineers mentioned will not be done haphazardly, just as they're being done. So it is important that you embed all those ones. So environmental and social standards is a framework. They have the World Bank, which is these standards are applicable in all their projects. And most of the laws that are coming up come from the World Bank system. They establish the standard, countries copy. Just like ONCITRA that was utilized in making our procurement law, it came from there. So basically, the major thing is that these frameworks identify things that must take place before you carry out any project. And that is a requirement for any borrowing condition for any country. And that those conditions can be replicated in our own laws so that we will now make sure that we have compliance with all of them. It's very important. So it's important that the things are embedded in the process of procurement. You don't do procurement in isolation of them. Remember, you cannot come clearly and say environmental and social standards are this and that and do them differently. You can embed them into procurement processes. So in order to do this, we look at the supply chain and procurement. The supply chain is the interconnected system from beginning of organization processes in the whole delivery of the procurement. And then when viewed through procurement and sustainability, remember sustainability is you eat today and leave the some for the future. You don't destroy the future, just like we're talking about the solar system and cutting down the trees. It's not done. So that it is important that the biodiversity is maintained. So it is important that we now start purchasing decisions, which we know procurement to be, by, first of all, determining the quality, cost, resilience, and critically environmental footprint of the entire chain. Remember, I told you that this starts from production, from the production side to the use of the goods. Also, it includes disposal of such goods after use. There was we bought smart boards. When the smart boards are bad, everybody's rejecting, nobody's taking it, we can't find the parts, you noticed it. We bought boards that we cannot, if anyone gets bad, you cannot replace any part. And then what do? The next thing you leave it to all these scavengers to come and pick. Is that supposed to be? There must be a recyclable system and all that. We are all using bottled water, using cellophane bags that are not biodegradable. They are all causing environmental footprints that are dangerous to the environment. Very dangerous. Now, some have proposed that, of course, we will recycle. Good, you can recycle. That is the process. You start from the beginning to preach from procurement onset, from planning to procurement, soliciting for bidders, and then conclusion, and the whole life cycle of the whole system is now concluded. So it is important that we know this from the onset. Take in the back of your mind that anything you're buying, how environmentally friendly is that item? Can you dispose them? There was something they use in wrapping when we went somewhere, wrapping snacks. We were all afraid that because the thing is soaked. If you leave the snack somewhere, it is soaked, embedded with all the writings and all that. It was not told, they told us that disposable paper is made from some plants that are edible plants. That is such a way that the ink that you see, if you swallow it, nothing will happen to you. It means that is eco-friendly. Very important. So many nations are going to the use of paper to do all these takeaway packs and no longer plastics, yet we are still where we are. If care is not taken, if you look at some of these drainages that are everywhere, you see them blocked because of disposals. Because you can decide as a reasonable person to dispose properly, some throw it into the drainage system, and that becomes very bad. So in order for us to go green, it means integrating environmental criteria into procurement decisions to reduce ecological footprints. Can I get what it is? So it is important that we know this. We want to integrate, thank you. We want to integrate environmental criteria into procurement decisions to reduce the footprints, environmental footprints, so that nothing goes bad. That is a general thing we are talking about. Sustaining the environment, not destroying it by our activities. Our activities to live good this time around. Activities that will destroy the future of other generations to come. Just like borrowing. I don't want to say that, that's not my purview. Now, greening the supply chain is where we are. How do you do that? Integrating environmental standards into procurement transforms the supply chain into driver of sustainability. That's a general thing. Anything you want to buy, number one, is it fit for purpose? What is the purpose of that? Is it detrimental to health? Is it detrimental to the environment? That is what you ask yourself. The leather we are seated on, what is the effect on our body? The cars we are using, AC systems and all that, are they okay? Some ACs are now described as eco ACs and energy conservative ACs. You see the signs, we have what we call eco label, where the signs are there indicating that these are environmentally friendly. So it is important that supplier during selection, or vendors, you look for certification of those suppliers of goods that are very eco-friendly and environmentally friendly. You specify goods that will be bought that, and those days we use the televisions that emit heavy heat. They are gone now. Gradually, we are going to a refinement of the system. So it's important that you look at that, and then you will embed it in contractual obligations. Sustainability clauses, compliance and accountability clauses, you put them there. Life cycle responsibilities. Basically, some products can never be utilized. After some time. We are promising a good deal. Okay, let me manage it. Okay. So you talk about contractual obligations. Now, most times when a contractor comes, you may find out that the contractor, the method of construction, the disposition of the contract. Okay, let me give you an example. Now, there was one we did, the second Niger Bridge. The E&S, environmental and the social impact assessment, was a different package altogether. They are called early works. I was a consultant in the second Niger Bridge. Now, what happened? At some point, we were doing construction. The road, the embankment was very high and separated the two communities, Ogo and Amako community. That caused a serious challenge. The community said, no, we will not accept it. You are doing road. How do you do embankment so high that elders from this village will not go to the other side and shake hands? It's a challenge. But I tell you, when you bridge design, 1.65 kilometer bridge, who is interested in all those minor things? So you ought to be interested in all those minor things. Areas that will get flooded, the system that will get flooded. I know we are an organization now that have a serious problem. There's a detention pond, not properly classified as detention pond. All the water goes there. Then it was sold out. They wanted to lease it out, and people filled it up, and the whole place, premises and everywhere started flooding. Nobody considered all those environmental impacts. It became a problem. So it is important from the onset as procurement officers, there must be, like the World Bank rep mentioned, a handshake across the social, environmental, and the procurement. You don't do it in isolation. If it takes time, like Teresa mentioned, they say it's delays, it wastes time. Just like Second Niger Bridge, it took almost 5 years to fine-tune the early works. But even when it is maintained, there are ingredients that were not taken care of. And there is something important I want to mention. I was discussing with the World Bank person. In one of our meetings, we mentioned that we have a critical condition. A bill of engineering measurement and evaluation of bill of quantities now specifies all costs, but the environmental and social management plan costs is not embedded. It's not even part of the project. But you may find out that 50, 60%, or even the total cost of the project may be part of environmental and social remediation measures. Nobody considers that. Nobody considers you do a road and everywhere is flooded, nobody cares. And the wildlife are being destroyed for biodiversity's sake, nobody cares. Now, there must be a monitoring and response digital system where you monitor line by line as activities are going on. Any project that is not monitored is out of place. Why do we do environmental impact assessment? You do it and put it in the shelf. Who implements whatever that is there? And most of them, is the real thing is contained in simple costing and compensating people. That's what they do in environmental and impact assessment. Other things that are embedded in the environmental and social impact assessment are never considered, which is very bad. I've not seen any project as you are executing it, you carry the environmental and social impact and start thinking of what to do. Or you reroute the project because of the adverse effect on the communities and the general public. So nobody has done that. So in order to do this, in supplies basically, you may decide to look at certification, for instance, ISO certification. Like ISO 20400 specifies procurement standard, defines sustainable procurement as aligning budgets, organizational sustainability goals. Now, alignment is very important. Alignment is very important. Don't be in a hurry. Some of these activities, when you lose them, I don't like the fact that most procurement in Nigeria are done mainly to comply with the law. Nobody thinks about what happens, what are you benefiting, what I mentioned there, other standards that can be done. So we need strategic alignment in the procurement process. And in order to make the process green, first of all, in aligning sustainable procurement, balancing economic, environmental and social goals, sustainable long-term, and all that. Anything called, if you have done strategic procurement, you will know that you have to align with the organizational goal. Now, what is the organizational goal? Sustainability, the general global development goals. You must fit into them. And purpose of strategic alignment is basically to ensure procurement activities are not isolated administratively. I've never seen where procurement is done and the environmental and social experts are called to make input. We have all the technical evaluation committee, all that at that level. Even in the planning committee, nobody recognizes these two experts to make sure that things are embedded from the onset. All that we are interested in, what is the minimal cost? We should avoid minimal cost, not as they were so that they don't escalate, but to carry other components around. If, for instance, I'm going to buy this seat 10 naira, and they buy the 10 naira, it will last 2 days, fit for purpose, and then the people will not sit very well, and I buy 200 naira, and it stays forever. It's not better to go for 200 naira. So these are the requirements. We should shift. What I'm preaching today is that we should shift from the compliance of law in our procurement system, but to give proper evaluation of all procurement done. All procurement done. Aligning with the fit for purpose and value for money. Now, it is important, I noted all the World Bank system, what it can do, procurement plan integration, it should include all that. So it's important that too, at that point, you must make sure that suppliers, bidders conform to standard of sustainability. The noise of generators should be reduced, and then impact assessment should be done. the life cycle of the generator. If you buy it, buy all those refurbished ones immediately, and then buy the one that will never give you problem in the next 20 years. Which one will you go for? That is the issue. Because what we do these days is that 1 naira is for the cost, and another procurement is done, and it is 200 naira, will condemn the 200 naira. They have stolen money. What is the standard? I know some of the seats we have in our offices, by the time you use them in 1 year, they are gone. And then when you get good quality, make sure that you don't escalate cost. But at the same time, embed even a econometric system where the seats, as you see it, they don't cause problems to the users, is also embedded. So in that case, in order to do that, I would suggest you quickly identify a standard, ISO standard, that will make your procurement perfect and not cause any problem. So it is important that we know that, and then you see, they have social and environmental. Okay, I want you that I should take a bow and go. You would have let me go. Okay, so basically we have 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the 10 ESS standards that form the basis of what we do. Assessment and management, environmental and social risk. The World Bank mentioned it. Resource efficiency and pollution prevention, very clear. Biodiversity, and then stakeholders engagement is very important. So it is important that suppliers' evaluation and qualifications are critical to agreeing the procurement process. When you want to qualify them, look at their qualification in terms of personnel. Do they have environmental and social experts in their team? That can be included. The goods they are supplying, are they in the process of complying to environmental standards? It's very important you note that. And then it now means procurement now becomes a gateway to ensuring that those standards are embedded. And they don't go for the least cost alone, go for value, for money. Now, bidders submit management strategy and implementation plan for environment, for social. It's very important. Then evaluation includes environmental qualifications and experience, pre-qualification assess sustainable credentials of the. We don't say you are doing a bridge and then you look all the qualifications of engineers, and then no social scientist is there, no environmental scientist is there, no paper complying. This is for policy change. Not complying with the law alone is not. Complying with the law alone is not enough. So you can do a two-stage bidding based on this. First of all, first stage assess leaders' qualification, value and sustainability credentials. Second, evaluation, evaluate detailed proposal from shortlisted suppliers. Just like in pre-qualification, you can really pre-qualify your bidders when, for instance, you can do early basic ones, the technical qualifications and all that. Then ensure that all other qualifications are done. Every product used must be value for money. In SIPs, I went through SIPs 1, 2, 4, and I noticed what they mean by value for money. Value for money is a total life cost, life cycle cost. Apart from the life cycle cost, it is the benefit of what you have bought. What is it serving? Is it fit for purpose? The value for money is that the product you are bringing, is it environmentally friendly? That is the question you ask yourself. Is it socially compliant? Consider long-term environmental and social impact. It's very important. That project that is coming up, has it displaced more persons than putting the persons into place? It's very important you can support total cost of ownership approach and all that. It's very important. So effective, efficient economic use of resources, non-price attributes should also be considered. Non-price attributes and life cycle. You don't stop it at barely pricing and you stop. Support the development goals. Procurement team plays a vital role in advancing the development goals and all that. So non-price criteria should include reducing emphasis on low cost bid is very important. reduce emphasis on low-cost bid. When we jump off that the bid we have done has been able to save costs, what is that material? Is it serving its purpose? What is the purpose of that material? Now, you're all seated in this hall. Let me give you an example. Everybody seated. The longer you stay, the longer you become uncomfortable. I am sure that it is not serving its purpose. The seats you are seated, well, just hardwood. Is that also? A similar cost may be higher for a foam system where you have a comfortable seat where people will sit. That is very important. Now, reduce emphasis on that low cost, encourage high quality and sustainable solutions. We know all that. So it is important that transparent costing of environmental standard requires effective, accurate pricing and all that. Support fair competition of bidders, but again, in even management system of the contract, there must be a process of monitoring and evaluation of the whole process. Now, suppliers supply, they give you all kinds of ACU indicated, maybe 1.5 energy, it can be a sign, you see a star stated there, but they supply anything and people come and collect them. Environmental and social management plans should be included. Supervising engineers or auditors or stores and all that should evaluate things supplied. You should look at what they have supplied. Do they conform to originally agreed standards? And the ongoing monitoring should be taking place. There must be a relationship between the supplier as well as the owner, who is the procurement agency or procurement. Okay. So thank you so much. We have to stop. We must comply with all this. I recommended that we should amend our laws where we are putting compulsory requirements. We should also include that environmental and social management plan should be included in every bidding process. It is a requirement, an adoption of no price systems. Thank you so much.
Let's put our hands together for this distinguished professor. Odogu Professor. Thank you very much, Prof. I'm glad to have you. Prof, can you step aside as we invite Professor E.J. Ikefan to moderate the section in terms of cautions. Distinguished Professor E.J. Ebenezer Jonathan Ikefan. Thank you. Put your hands together for Prof.
Thank you. Well, we're just trying to make sure we're able to finish this by 2 o'clock. We'll just take one question from each of the presenters. But if I don't see any hand, I will take it that there's no question. Okay? So, somewhere? Okay. Okay, there are only 2 hands. So, okay, you have given a question before. Can we give to somebody who has not asked a question before? Yes, the person whose hand is up now. Can you come up, please? Yes, and you come. Very, very fast, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Without wasting much of our time, I will just go straight to the question. As of last 2 weeks, I took my mom to rehabilitation center at Muka so that they will check her arthritis. And standing by the side, I heard some workers, because this question is being directed to Sir Oluwatosin. Yeah, standing by the side, I heard some workers there complaining that the other one said that what he's planning now is maybe after he might have finished purchasing equipment for his hospital or clinic, something there about that he will quit and establish his own. He will not be tired. He was complaining. The second person too was complaining too. So, and I believe that most of our workers, that is the employees, they do complain. And from what he was talking of a fair level standards, which states rules and ethical guidelines designed to ensure equitable safely in workplace, make our workers or the employees to be comfortable. Like the whole thing nowadays is that people are working just because of the money. It's not because of their job. And sometimes it makes even the patient they are attending to, they pray because of what they are not happy. So my question goes like this because of time. So in order to promote fair labor standards, what specific contract provision and performance indicators can be implemented to monitor and enforce compliance with this suppliers' operation?
So thank you. Can we take the second question?
Next question, please.
Just go straight to the point, please. We are racing against time.
I'll go straight.
Thank you.
Could it be that chief executive officers are bypassing responsible procurement processes because of the time it takes for these due processes and bureaucratic processes to be accomplished? If the answer is yes, then it means that procurement is becoming a bottleneck, or it's a bottleneck for development itself. Now, my question is, how can procurement be managed such that these processes don't hamper or don't discourage our chief executives from using the same instrument that can serve as development for us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question. They're taking all of them together.
That's okay. We can just take the responses now.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, let's take the responses now.
I'm sure the second one is a procurement leading question. So let me attempt the first one. The heart of the question is, if I understand you, that how can this standards on labor and working conditions, how can they offer protection to workers who are not being paid well? I would say that what the standard says is wages, remuneration must be negotiated and agreed to in line with whatsoever regulation is in that country or in that industry. So there are industries that have structures of payment and salary. And like we know, I made that cheeky remark about the national minimum wage of Nigeria. That is the minimum. So what is the protection that the standards provide is that an employer cannot willfully violate whatsoever operates in that sector or in that industry. The standard, for instance, does not give a specific value to say you must pay somebody $1 million. No, that would be far-reaching. Don't forget that these standards they are international or multilateral in nature, and the economies of the various countries that are signatory to these standards vary. So different countries have different thresholds for paying for whatever they pay. But the protection, if you ask me straight and direct, the protection the standard provides is that for any organization that subscribes to those standards, you cannot go outside agreed payment terms, which should be compliant with the payment structure in that country or in that sector. So that will be my response for that. Thank you. And I will also add that the standard also says that there should be a grievance redress mechanism for workers and employees, such that when there are such violations, they have a system known to everybody by which they can lodge their complaints. This is the part that I think is lacking in most places in Nigeria. Even where there are grievance redress systems, they are not known. In fact, where they exist, the organs, they want to suppress that information such that affected people will not know what to do when they have issues to report. And in the GRA, you should have multiple layers of complaint. The first level, the second level, a third level perhaps, which can go to even as far as something like the Industrial Arbitration Panel in Nigeria or Nigeria Industrial Court in Nigeria. So once you have that mechanism stated, the worker is protected and he can complain when there are infractions on whatever his working conditions should be. Thank you. I hope I've answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, sir, if I didn't get it right, you can assist me. Now, there's a mistake we usually make. Procurement does not encourage indolence. The simple truth is that one of the hallmarks of procurement is timeliness. Timeliness. Now, when you do project planning and monitoring system, you have timeline for everything. Why would you say that you will not bypass the procurement process? From the onset in planning, you know, in fact, that's the easiest thing to do. You know your procurement plan, you know the method you're going to use. If you're going for adverts, you know the time the advert will take. Some people go ahead and cut procurement to be within the threshold, in terms of the threshold of the organization to approve. If you are going to ministerial tender board, why don't you from the onset plan it? Why are you going to cut corners? Now, I warn you that it's not enough knowing procurement. Don't use it to rig the process. It is not encouraged at all. There's a penalty, I think 10 years. The contractors also, bidders make 5 years. You can see it. So as procurement practitioners, in fact, one of the things that shows you're doing procurement is timeliness. You set out time, that is how you say 12 noon of social day. Once it is 12, you ring the bell, cover it, nobody submits again. Bid submission and bid opening. And the law says immediately open the bid. What are you going to delay about? Is it when you have, there is a provision for emergency procurement. If it is on emergency basis, make it emergency and they do follow the process. Since it's not emergency, that's what people usually do. Emergency. What is emergency? That you know you're going to build this house. You start on time to plan for it. And please follow the timetable. Why would you delay? So don't encourage your accounting officers to see that the process can be circumvented. Don't encourage them. Don't tell them that, oh, no, don't worry, there's a way we can do it. There is no way, comply. What is the big deal? Why don't you comply? If at the beginning you need planning, do planning. Let everybody gather and do planning. You need 2 weeks for advert. Tell the accounting officer, please, sir, we need 2 weeks, we need 6 weeks to follow you go and show him. Why would you bypass the process? Because you think you know, but when the chips are down, you go in for it. Why don't you, in fact, procurement is timeliness. Why won't you follow the time? And then you want to wriggle out. I tell you, sometimes you can go away with it. At other times, when you're caught, hands down, you have no other choice than to face the music. It's like joke. Everybody will be chopping. Stealing. When it gets your turn, it will show. They will not come and hold you. Like they're holding one of, I didn't mention it. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just share experience on how to get the feedback from your staff. When I resumed as the chairman of the commission, what I did was to ensure that.
Listen.
Can I have your attention?
Hello. 1 hour, please.
Is that I ensure that there is what they call suggestion box. And I have suggestion box in the reception, and people are free to put their opinion, their feedbacks in the box. And every week or every other week, we open it to know what is there. And from there, we're able to get the feedback from the staff and address their concerns. That is one way, sir, of getting the feedback from the workers. It doesn't cost much. Put suggestion box here, encourage them. Don't put your name, just put your issues. then you get it. Then on the case, you begin to have problem of delay when you want to manipulate the process. Because by the time you submit your budget, you already have an idea of what you want to do. But if you are not intending to have the result land on somebody, you will not bother about the timing. So as procurement officers, the chief executive will be happy with you if at the beginning of the year, you do a memo to him or her, asking her that all the heads of the department should submit their needs. And then when you collect them, you draw a procurement plan. That procurement plan will take into consideration the timeline that is contained in the PPP template. And you are encouraged to go to the PPP website and see the recommended time frame. And you are saying that you should not, the advertisement for national competitive bidding should not be more than 4 weeks. Are we aware of it? No. I want to hear from you. What is the advertisement for international competitive bidding? How many? How many knows? How many? What is the timeline for international competitive bidding?
4 weeks.
What? No, what does the law say? We need to do more. Because whatever you are doing has to be in line with the law. For national competitive bidding, the law says not more than 4 weeks. Before it used to be not less than. In which case, it has to be at least 4 weeks. But now the law has been amended to say not more than 4 weeks. To bring the time, and then for international bidding, it says not more than 6 weeks. Before, it used to be not less than 6 weeks. You see the difference? And once you've done that, and you have a copy of the regulations, all the bids, whenever they are put under pressure, you will only walk away when they tell you, sorry sir, just go and do this. Say, yes sir. Don't ever disagree with your boss when he gives you an instruction. Never. But then go back and do your job. I'll tell you one minister of transport who was an air vice marshal in number 6 Joseph Street in Lagos, when we were there in the 80s. He goes a military assistant. He was a minister, I mentioned those of you. He asked him, gave me instructions, said yes sir. And then he went back. And then he went back and referred to your own minister, sir. General so. Please record your instruction for me to do this, do this, do this, do this. However, in attempting to do this, I realized that this instruction is against general order number 1, this number 2, this number 3, and listed all the things that the thing is against. And they eventually asked him, you are directing, sir. The man after the limit, he just called him, said, you're a foolish man. Before they remove my robe, I will remove your own. Come on, go away. Go and do it in line with general order. And so when you are given instruction by your superior, you don't say no. But it does not mean that when you don't want to do that, you don't do your job. Doing your job means politely bring to his attention all the rules and guidelines that is necessary for you to get the job done. And then ask him to further direct. Usually, that's what I do. When presidents give approval, it is like God has given approval. But when they come to me for approval, I will look through the system and eventually go back to tell Mr. President, refer to your approval in respect of this. However, this approval is contrary to section this, section that, section this, section that. You may wish to direct further. He will just look at it and say, see me. And then when you see him, you will explain to him further. then he will withdraw his approval. And they ask to go and do the right thing. Because no person in authority will want to give instruction to do the wrong thing. Nobody. And you have to know that. So please, don't be in a hurry. Follow the rules. But once they get it, and you tell him, sir, I want to do a procurement plan so that our procurement plan is not delayed. They will take you that they are coming there to help them, not to sabotage them. That is the best way to be a procurement officer. But don't go and collect money from back. Because the contractor who has given you money will go and tell them. Right? If you collect 10 kobo, they will tell them that they are giving you 20 kobo. And that, from that day, you have lost the confidence of your principal. And once you lose their confidence, you are finished. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A man with experience can never be at the mercy of a man with knowledge. Engineer Dr. Emeka Mooma Eze has the experience. He can't be at the mercy of a man with knowledge. And at this point, I want to call on our special guest of honor, the head of service, national state, to kindly come up and present the plaques to our wonderful speakers. And at this point, I would like to call on Mr. Oluwatosin Osho. And I read, this is presented to Oluwatosin Osho in recognition of your invaluable contribution as a guest speaker at this one-day symposium held here with compliments of our Vice Chancellor. Thank you. Put his cap involuntarily. We infringe on his right as a human being. Kindly forgive us. So, and then I call upon Professor Sylvester Obinna Usuji in recognition of your invaluable contribution as a guest lecturer. The mini shrine. He brought the mini shrine. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, HOS. You've done it elegantly. We are grateful. The packet is here. Thank you.
Thank you, our center leader and director. Please let's put our hands together again for our guest speakers. Thank you. Without you, this event wouldn't have been what it has been today. Feedback received so far indicates that people have really found value in this time we spent together. Our online participants, thank you for your steady connection regarding this symposium. We believe that you have had a very useful day. At this point, I'll call the administrative team leader of the Institute of Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards, Dr. Mrs. Mercy Yana, to present the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vice Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and the Center Leader and Director, who are the hosts and chief hosts, that I give this vote of thanks. We are most grateful to God Almighty for answering us through the planning and execution of this project. We are so grateful. Thank you so much, our lead speakers, our special guests of honor, our invited guests. We believe that this day, we have all learned a lot as heads of units and ministries and departments in our various offices. I can see some of them nodding so well, because it has so much impact. We are believing that as we go out there, we will be the true drivers of change. To our technical crew, the press, food vendors, janitors who have made this place comfortable for us to sit in here, we say a very big thank you. Our online viewers, thank you for joining us. Our graduates, you have made this event look so colorful, but not just colorful. We know that for the past 3 weeks, what you have learned and the quality presentations you have listened to today, there will be a change. Thank you so much. Thank the university community, each and every one of you that have made in one way or the other contributed to the success of this event. We are so grateful. Thank you so much. We pray that as you go back, our God in heaven will take you safely to your destinations, and you will also honor our call once we call again. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Ajay, Administrative Team Leader, for the vote of thanks. An announcement for our graduates. The class reps, if you step out behind, you will find your data officers, those who took charge of your classes. They are with your certificates. We ran out of time. We wanted to present to the class governors, but we do not have that time now. So, see your data officer outside for your certificate. Please be orderly. At this point, we invite the media to take the national anthem. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's please stand for the national anthem. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We right now invite a troupe the dance troupe that we have to show you how it is like coming to an event from the venue. So dance troupe, please come right now.